कॉन्फिडेंस तो स्टार्टिंग से था 1v1 अगर आप जाओगे तो मरना ही मरना है।
इनकी याद कितनी आती है? गेस नाम बताऊं? घातक बाबू
स्टार्टिंग से साथ में आए थे यहाँ तक, हक से भाई ये बोलते हैं।
हाँ करो। What's up? कैसे आप सब? स्वागत आप सभी का BGMS सीजन 3 शोडाउन में। मेरा नाम है क्रैट और इस कुर्सी में बैठे हैं जॉनथन गेमिंग। बहुत नखरे हैं, बहुत टंटे हैं, बहुत इनके इतने तरले करने पड़ते हैं ना, इनके रूम के बाहर खड़े रहो, वाटरमेलन जूस लेके आ जाओ सर, इंटरव्यू दे दो। ये क्या तरीका है?
ऐसा है?
नहीं, मजाक कर रहा हूँ, बड़ा क्यूट ही लड़का है। बट एक बार ऐसे वो कहते हैं ना हैको व्हाट, ऐसे शुरुआत करते हैं ना, तो उसके बाद सवाल बहुत वो से है ना, फिर तू परेशान हो गया ऐसे।
एक साथ बोलेंगे।
कहाँ बीच वाले कैमरे में देखे?
हाँ इसमें 1 2 3
हैको। शर्म न्यारी हैं? लास्ट टाइम कब आई थी परफॉर्मेंस जो ऐसी बात कर रहा था?
आएगी, स्ट्रेस मत ले यार, तू आराम से।
मैं तो चाहता हूँ तू अच्छा खेले, दिल से चाहता हूँ। तू चाहता है मैं व्रत रखूँ तेरा पहले दिन 19 तारीख को?
हाँ रख।
पागल हो क्या? पेट कैसे भरा? चल ठीक है। पहला सवाल, सबने देखा है सीजन 1 आप क्या बोलते हो उसको, रनर अप, ठीक है? आप MVP भी बने, बड़ी उम्मीदें थी लोगों को ना, एक वो मिला था कि भाई गॉडलाइक शायद वापस आ गई है। सीजन 2 आया मास्टर सीरीज का, क्या हुआ था उसमें? अभी तक मुझे कोई जवाब नहीं मिला है, क्या हुआ था सीजन 2 में?
सीजन 2 तो ऐसा हो गया था कि फूड पॉइजनिंग ऐसा कुछ हो गया था, तो मैं एडमिट हो गया था, वो खेल नहीं पाया था मैं। एंड अभी सीजन 3
में क्या एक्सपेक्ट करें आपसे? आप अभी लाइनअप पे कॉन्फिडेंस है?
कॉन्फिडेंस तो स्टार्टिंग से था, चाहे जो भी लाइनअप है, बट वही ना बोलते कि कुछ चीज़ें चलती नहीं है, बट कोई ना, चलेंगे, घिसेंगे, टाइम आएगा, उठा लेंगे ट्रॉफी। और क्या।
अभी पर्सनली जॉनथन अपने आप पे कितना कॉन्फिडेंस है कि ये जो होता है ना कि जरा 1v1 मैं ले सकता हूँ, जॉनी हूँ मैं भाई, तो क्या वो जॉनी 10 on 10 है या अभी कम हो रहा है?
लाइक अभी कैसा हो गया पता है गेम, अभी 1v1 वाला गेम नहीं हुआ है, अभी प्रॉपर टीम गेम है। लाइक इन शॉर्ट 1v1 अगर आप जाओगे तो मरना ही मरना है, आपको ट्रेड गेम पे ही खेलना है अभी।
अब मुझे याद भी नहीं लास्ट टाइम गॉडलाइक ने ट्रॉफी कब उठाई थी, तुझे याद है? वो आई थिंक लाला वाला लाइनअप था, जब लाला दो ज़ीगॉड और नियो, मतलब यू गाइस यूज्ड टू बैश एवरीवन, वही था। उसके बाद से वो फील नहीं आया क्या तुझे?
नहीं, लाइक इन शॉर्ट भाई, लाइक हमने उतना अच्छा नहीं खेले एज अ टीम, हम वही ट्राई कर रहे हैं, बहुत चीज़ें अगेंस्ट हो रही है, लाइक हो नहीं रही है। सो वही वो एक प्रॉपर लाइक एक मोमेंटम को कैच करने के लिए हम एज अ टीम वही देख रहे हैं।
अभी जब ऑफिशियल से बाहर हुए, मुझे वो कुछ बस 5-10 सेकंड का जवाब दे दे कि मतलब उस लाइक बिकॉज सब ऑफिशियल के लिए बहुत मेहनत करते हैं और वहाँ पर ना पहुँच पाना कितना चुभा तुझे पर्सनली? यार
लाइक बहुत टाइम हो गया कि लाइक यू नो मैं भी ऑफिशियल खेला हूँ, लाइक मैं भी जस्ट वेट कर रहा हूँ कि मैं वहाँ तक पहुँच जाऊँ ताकि लोगों को दिखा दूँ मेरे में क्या है चीज़ जो हम प्लान कर रहे हैं अगेंस्ट हो रही है, लाइक हो नहीं पा रही है। हम भी लाइक यू नो जेली, हम सब लाइक बैठ के वही डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कि यार हम तो सब कर रहे हैं बट हो नहीं रही चीज़ें। बट आएगा टाइम फॉर श्योर आएगा।
बहुत सारे लोग पूछ रहे थे कि जॉनी इज अ बिग नेम इन द मार्केट, इतने सारे नंबर्स हैं, तो प्यार करने वाले भी होंगे करोड़ों में, बट थोड़े से लोग होते हैं ना जो मूड खराब कर देते हैं, सुबह शाम कुछ बकवास कर दी, कुछ होते हैं लोग। अब योर नंबर इज टू हाई, तो वो वाले भी लोग आते होंगे अच्छे खासे। उन लोगों के जब तू मैसेज पढ़ता है सुबह उठ के, कभी पढ़ता होगा जैसे, तो उस टाइम पे क्या रीसेट करता है दिमाग में कि इग्नोर करूं या जवाब दे के समझाऊं, क्या करूं मैं?
प्यार करने वाले मुझे बहुत है एंड लाइक इन शॉर्ट वो लाइक बहुत कम मैटर करता है मुझे पता है कि मेरी फैमिली, मेरे क्लोज्ड वंस, मेरे दोस्त एंड मेरी जस्ट ह्यूज फैमिली, वही मैटर करता है मुझे एंड कुछ और मैटर नहीं करता।
एक ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर का जो शेड्यूल होता है ना वो टाइट पैक होता है, प्रैक्टिस करो, उसके बाद पर्सनल लाइफ कमिटमेंट्स भी है, कभी कभी डाउन फेज आता है, घर वालों ने गाली दे दी, तूने ध्यान नहीं रखा सेहत का, गेम में गेम खराब जा रहे हैं, ठीक है, तो हाउ यू रीसेट योरसेल्फ, बिकॉज एक बर्डन तो है ऑल टाइम, बिकॉज जस्टिफाई करना जॉनथन को पूरे टाइम, ठीक है ना, तो हाउ यू रीसेट
के लिए तो कुछ नहीं है, लाइक मेरे फैमिली फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल दे आर माय बिग मोटिवेटर्स, लाइक वही है जो लाइक हर बार लाइक पंप करते हैं मुझे कि यार कोई ना, अभी 0 के लिए है, मार देगा अगले मैचेस में कुछ, बट चिकन आने ही वाला है, तुम लोग का गॉडलाइक का आने वाला है चिकन। सो वैसे ही मोटिवेट करते हैं एंड बहुत सारी चीज़ें, लाइक गेम को साइड करता हूँ मैं, कार लेकर बाहर चले जाता हूँ कभी कभी एक राइड पर, एंड हल्क मेरा डॉगी, उसके साथ टाइम पास कर लेता हूँ। सो ऐसा एक शॉर्ट टाइम में ऐसे ही थोड़ा रीसेट करने के लिए ये सब चीज़ें कर दे रहा था।
अब चीज़ों को थोड़ा सा इंटेंस करते हैं, बिकॉज ये सवाल मेरे ख्याल से तूने भी सोचा होगा, बिकॉज तूने जो बनाया उसको लेगेसी बोल सकते हैं हम, ठीक है, और लेगेसी चैलेंज भी होती है। अभी करंट सिनेरियो के अंदर डू यू फील लाइक कि कोई ऐसा प्लेयर मौजूद है जो तेरी लेगेसी को चैलेंज कर सकता है और सरपास कर सकता है? एक आता कोई सा भी?
लाइक वैसे तो बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं अभी फिलहाल तो।
देख खेलने की बात नहीं है,
हाँ।
जॉनथन अकेला ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर लेगेसी नहीं है, एक पर्सनालिटी है ब्रो। याद है मतलब जब इवेंट में तुम जाके वो ऐसे बाल भी करते तो आवाम हिल जाती है, तो वो लेगेसी कोई लगता है कि कोई छू पाएगा, सरपास कर पाएगा?
लाइक यहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए ऐसा नहीं कि मैं कल से ही उठ के डायरेक्ट आ गया यहाँ पर, लाइक मैंने भी बहुत सारे स्ट्रगल्स करे। लाइक जब मेरा बैड फेस जब चलता है, लाइक आपको कोई नहीं पूछेगा इन शॉर्ट आपके बैड फेस में क्या है क्या नहीं, आप खुद को वापस से उठाओगे, वापस से वही लाइन में आने के लिए आपको टाइम लगेगा, बट आपको खुद से ही करना होगा, कोई और आपके लिए नहीं करने वाला है। सो ये सब चीज़ें लाइक खुद से ही मैंने स्ट्रगल वगैरह हैंडल किया हो, लाइक सो हाँ, लेकिन तो वही बोलूँगा।
अभी फाइनल सेगमेंट है, हैंड्स डाउन। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू सो मच, बट जाने से पहले थोड़ा सा और तराजू में लटकाते हैं तुझे। अभी कुछ लोग हैं जो मुझे जानना है कि क्या वो अभी भी आसपास है, उनकी याद कितनी आती है? गेस, नाम बताऊं या तू गेस करना चाहेगा?
कौन?
सबसे पहले अभिजीत अंधारे, है ना, घातक बाबू, कितनी याद आती होंगी? आती है? हाल रिसेंटली हाई लो हुई थी होती है?
लाइक इतना नहीं हुआ, लाइक उसने भी अभी लाइक अपना नया स्टार्ट किया है, सो अभी मैं भी थोड़ा लाइक मैं भी स्पोर्ट्स में, वो भी लाइक टूर्नामेंट्स, तो उतना मिलजुल नहीं होता, बट ऐसे नॉर्मल बात तो होती रहती है इंस्टाग्राम वगैरह पर। तो मिस तो बोल सकते हैं यार, क्योंकि स्टार्टिंग से साथ में आए थे यहाँ तक, तो होता है वो, कभी कभी आती है चीज़ें।
सेकंड लाला
तो अपना कभी भी मिलता है, अभी भी है, बाजू में ही है, और क्या।
मतलब लाला गॉडलाइक छोड़ के गया है, तुझे थोड़ा ऐसे खटास है कि भाई का
छोड़ के नहीं गया है, पार्ट तो फॉरएवर है, चाहे जो भी हो, सारे लोग पार्ट तो है ही।
और आखिर में शैडो, उसके साथ भी काफी लंबा अरसा बिताया।
शैडो, हाँ शैडो भी यार अभी मिला, लाइक वैसा सबके साथ एकदम बढ़िया है, ऐसा नहीं कि लाइक सब छोड़ के गए तो सब एकदम खत्म ही हो गया। लाइक अभी भी जो पहले जैसे भाई थे अभी भी भाई है, एंड हक से भाई है बोलता है। सो
मुझे ऐसा क्यों लगा कि चीजें छुपाई जा रही है?
नहीं,
ठीक है, नेवर माइंड। थैंक यू सो मच, आया, अच्छा लगा, और मजा आता है भाइयों से, पुराने यारों से मिलने में। अब वादा कर दो ऑडियंस को कि मास्टर सीरीज सीजन 3 में, गीता की कसम नहीं, मास्टर सीरीज की कसम खा के तू अपना बेस्ट शॉट खेलेगा, पूरा टपाटप और हैकर ओवर वाला परफॉर्मेंस आएगा, कसम खा। सीधा रख, सीधा
राइट है,
सीधा ढंग से रखना, क्या कर रहा है? हाँ,
सीजन 1 पावर प्लीज वापस से दे दे मुझे, लेट्स गो सीजन 3 बूम।
थैंक यू जॉनथन, ये थे हमारे मिस्टर अमराल साहब। गुड लक ब्रदर जॉनथन, थैंक यू सो मच। और सारे लोग आएंगे, कुर्सियों पे बैठेंगे, बातें करेंगे, ढेर सारा फन करेंगे। आपसे अगले एपिसोड में मिलते हैं, टिल देन कीप गेम।
The moment we all have been waiting for is finally here. The last day of the grand finals of the Android BGMS Season 3, powered by Garnier's Med, is over here. After the span of 4 games, the champions will be crowned on that stage behind us. But not just that, in the overall standing, still, things are looking way too fragile. I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. John alongside with me on the panel will be scared yet once again. And as I mentioned, overall standing still looking pretty sensitive, man.
Absolutely. I mean, OG were the ones who had a very good opportunity and had a good placement at the first position with a decent buffer too. But then again, it was Carnival Gaming to slowly and steadily dethrone them, and the consistency that this team has been bringing on the table is actually frightening.
I mean, Carnival Gaming is right there, but yesterday a big dip in the performance from OG. The Apes themselves were not able to get that lead that they promised to the fans, and this is definitely a big letdown. On day 3, OG is known to choke their slots. Is the same thing going to happen in the Season 3?
I mean, I'm really scared for them, to be very honest, and with the way how even Godlike had the second position, how they were holding it, along with Carnival Gaming, who were just trailing them with the exact same points. Now they are also nowhere to be seen in the top 3 itself, so that's a big dip in their performance too. And if you are talking about some other teams like iQOO Seoul, with the way how they got that performance on day 2 itself, I think so day 3 the momentum should be with them.
But speaking about the latter half of the board, how you can establish that comeback on the first half. 4 games will be played today, and this will be the final 4 games of the BGMS Season 3. Final 4 chances for the latter half of the board to try and make something happen. At least get yourself in that podium finish. But the only way you can get there in that podium finish is by taking the advantage of the power play. And this is something we have been explaining the teams over and over again.
Absolutely, and the teams who actually utilize that are ones who are still on that top 3 position, and that's the reason why it is super important. I really want to have a look at the overall standings itself right now, because once I was having the look at it last night, I saw that all the teams in the top 8 can actually get a good opportunity to move up for that either gold, silver or bronze, but the ones who are after that, they'll have to have the good or a bonkers power play.
OG still not outside of the race, while Team Tamalas, they have been the burning torch of consistency. Godlike, a hunting pack, still there in the race, while you talk about Hero Xtreme, Godlike on that 7th spot with 54 points. A lot of the fans praying for Godlike and for their success. We never know what the future holds. Moving down on the 8th spot, you've got Carpediem, a team. As soon as they made their entrance in the BGMS Season 3, they were not able to perform that well. But then in the league stage, this team came in with a lot of promises.
Indeed, but there were some promises being shown by MOGO and Team Xpark themselves, which now are seemingly diminishing, to be honest, because these teams, they still are struggling. Team Xpark had a bonkers performance yesterday in one game where they had more than 20 elimination points, if I'm not wrong. But again, even after all of that, they could not move up a lot in that leaderboard itself, still struggling. I think so focusing on that podium finish is going to be the key for Team Xpark.
From 9th till 16th, they do still stand a chance to be there in the podium finish. Even MOGO Esports do stand a chance to be there, maybe on the first spot. But this time, they will need to change the pace of their main gameplay. And that needs to be super aggressive. Try and get the eliminations, as many as possible, in the power play itself, in the stage 1 of the game. And MOGO Esports haven't been doing that recently.
Yeah, they've been struggling in that, as you mentioned, because it requires you to be aggressive, it requires you to be proactive, and that's something that we have not been seeing a lot from those teams. But again, if you're talking about the teams like Raven Esports, this was a team which we thought might actually direct qualify to the finals itself, and their struggle has been just immeasurable.
Yeah, when it matters the most, the boys, they tend to collapse, and that's what exactly happens. The pressure is too much, and they're not able to live up to that pressure. They're not able to live up to the legacy that they've built so far. But Raven Esports still on the last day, you never know. They might just strike back the lobby so hard that we might just see them at the end of the day in the top 3.
I mean, I really am looking forward to it, because all these teams who are on the bottom half, they have got nothing to lose. So all they can do is just try and prioritize the power play points, target some teams, go on to their drop locations, just like what OneBlade did even yesterday. They targeted both WSB and their opponents that they always drop in that Pochinki area, Carpediem, right? And the third party did finish both of them off, got some early points.
I mean, keep this thing in mind. Team Tamalas yesterday, they got 2 chicken dinners. One in the map of Erangel and the second on the map of Sanhok. Team Tamalas were dominating through and through. Carpediem, we thought they might just have a nuclear performance in their hands. But then later on, Team Tamalas, they found the perfect timing with that pounce. They shut down Carpediem, got that chicken dinner in the hands. But even Entity's not that far behind from the competition. Entity's doing really solid.
I mean, their buffer that they received on both the maps of Sanhok as well as after that on the map of Miramar. We know their map of Miramar is really good.
Yeah.
And that's what they showcased as well even yesterday. Even though they could not go in for that podium finish or the first position chicken dinner, they managed to always get some good amount of points on that map itself.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Global Esports, another team that failed to perform properly in the grand finals. And speaking of Global Esports in general, you always, whenever you see this name, the first thing that pops up in your mind is the aggression. But recently, it has been dialed down.
That's perfectly mentioned because we normally see this team is the one who every other team is faring out in the lobby. They're the ones who are trying to avoid the fight with Global Esports, and we clearly saw it during the last few days of the domination week itself with the way how Global Esports were dominating the entire server. But that has diminished, as you mentioned, and this team has been avoiding a lot of those conflicts. But honestly, with the way how Knuckle has stepped up for iQOO Soul, I think so this is one of the main reasons why this team is looking to be back on that podium.
Knuckle has been the Batman for his team, always bringing his team back from the worst possible case. And iQOO Soul now is there in the top 2, looking so solid. Even Entity's there doing really good. The top 3 is looking packed. But for some reason, I'm having this gut feeling that today's champion is not going to be someone from the top 3. It will be someone who makes a comeback.
I'm really excited to see if in case that happens because again there are so many teams, so many players and so much potential in all of them that you can't really say solidly that yes, these are the 3 teams that will remain the top 3. Even Godlike is performing really good. Punk has finally brought in that consistency to the team as well, so it could be possible that we might see that team take a big buff. But at the same time, I think so if Xpark brings in a good performance just like what they did yesterday, it could be possible too, but they've got to keep it for consistently 2 or 3 maps.
Top 5 are definitely going to have the biggest pressure on their back, and it's up to them how they defend that pressure, how they live up to that marker that they've set so far. Being in the top 5 is not easy, but being on the first spot will be something that everyone's aiming for. Today's the last day. After 4 games, as I mentioned, the champions will be crowned, and every single team knows every single minute's value, every single moment they spent inside of the Battlegrounds value. It all comes down to this, my friend.
I think so all the top 5 teams, they will try to go in and stick to their own default playstyle where they play it slow, play it safe, they try to prioritize the position first, and then in the last few circles we see their fights. But the teams on the latter half of the board, the ones who are in the 7th, 8th position and anyone below that, will try to prioritize those early fights. They'll be looking forward to try and take those third-party opportunities. And I still feel that the last 2 teams could actually be targeted as well, just like the teams 1Blade and 8-Bit, which they have been targeted multiple times as free points.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the way Entity has been playing recently, Entity, they're really trying to mind their own business. Yes, they are being part of the early game fights too, nothing taken away from that. Especially yesterday, Entity dropped a nuclear performance in one of those matches. If I'm not wrong, they had 17 finishes to end things off.
True. And it was the match in which they lost 2 early players, if I'm not wrong, against the members of Carpediem itself. And this is the map that we are talking about with the way how Aquanox and Toy played. I think so there was this 2v4 situation against the members of Godlike itself where they also still prevailed. Now these are the few things to keep in mind because if in case that's going to be the form and that's when Toy starts to shoot, you better be staying out of his crosshair.
But teams like 8-Bit, Raven Esports, teams that are all the way at the bottom of the overall standings will definitely try to play that spoiler. They will definitely try to make sure that the teams on the top 3 will be facing that brunt as much as possible. There is still the power play action going on. If any other teams do manage to take the best advantage of the power play, either if it's someone from the top 3, they will instantly get a big leap in the overall standings. If it's someone from the latter half of the board, well, that will be a comeback and a half.
Absolutely, and that's going to be important for all of these teams. And Viv does basically every other team, but God's Reign is another one and a big name that we really saw not perform up to its own potential. Even Reckoning Esports on the other side. These are the 2 teams I really thought would actually be a bit more aggressive with the way how we saw them in the survival and the domination week. But it seems that all of that has just vanished somehow, and they're kind of trying to play along the styles of the other teams in the lobby, which is not suiting them at all.
Whenever we speak about Reckoning Esports, we always try to glorify them so much because these are the newer boys on the fray. These are the newer boys on the block, and we know they've got so much potential. But unfortunately, in the grand finals, I guess that rookiness really comes into play too, where you do not really have a lot of experience, and when you face off against those experienced teams, there will be those jitters that you're not able to keep up with.
Absolutely. Absolutely, but another team that has been keeping up with those jitters, if not performing really good in all of that scenario, has definitely been Carnival Gaming. The step up has been humongous, and they don't care who they are fighting against. They always leave Hector behind normally and then go for a 3-man push, and this playstyle has been working so very well for them. And I think so even today, if they stick to this exact same default playstyle, they might actually end up stealing the championships from all the other teams. But I really want to look forward at the Team Tamilas too, with the way how Mr. IGL is now going to bring his team into action.
Hey, keep this thing in mind. Even Team X-Park can have a solid chance, man. Team X-Park, they're definitely showcasing some signs of life. If you remember yesterday, that game of Erangel, Team X-Park was dominating the lines. They were taking so many fights, always coming out on top of those fights. Yes, it's a different thing that Team X-Park was always left alive with one single man, but they were still winning those 4-on-4 fights.
Absolutely, and that's what happened. This is the exact same game that we are talking about with the bonkers game that Team X-Park brought in. It seemed that they might actually get that chicken for themselves too, but yeah, things did not go in their exact same manner. And again, Entity as well against the members of Godlike. This is how they wiped out the entirety of Godlike, and look at the reaction of those players. Even Somraj is smiling, man. I never see that dude smile.
As long as you're taking the fights in the power play, you will get so many points that you can easily try and be happy with. 8 points if you manage to wipe out an entire squad, and that's the best possible outcome that you can have. But recently, there's so many teams wanting to go for the third party. And keep this thing in mind, today is the last day of the tournament. There's definitely going to be a lot of that targeting happening.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see which team are actually going to target whom, because you've got so many teams who desperately need those points and so many of them who will try to save themselves whatsoever. It's like having a bounty on your head without actually having the bounty.
I mean, imagine the top 3 will be having the pressure to sustain their spot there in the top 3, while they will also now have the additional pressure of being targeted. And that's something that the top 3 or even the first spot needs to deal with. For CG, they're going to be in that pressure point. And if they do crack under it, well, then it's done for. And remembering the fact that Hector has been IGLing this team for the first time, this tournament means a lot for the man.
Absolutely, and we can see him praying as well, focused on, locked in, and you really need that in this situation to always be ready for whatever's being thrown at you. We have seen big names crumble in that pressure. Even in Season 2, orangutans were the ones who were leading the chart, who had a good amount of buffer too, yet they could not perform on the third day itself, and they crumbled under all of that pressure. So Hector, he needs to pull some great shenanigans off, because you only have 4 maps.
The young boys who showcase so much potential in the league stage and the playoffs, they're now cracking under that pressure. And this is something that only the experienced players are able to deal with properly. Even Global Esports, another big name, is not able to live up to their expectations in the grand finals. When we thought Global Esports might just be there after the first 2 days in the top 3, Global Esports is nowhere near that.
Absolutely, and that's a big problem, right? Maybe something can fix that, and that's going to be playing on the devices of Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Wow. Circle to search. Only on Android.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another day, another road, and we go. Arrive with a win, moving up, we know where to begin. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. On the ride we go. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Another day, another road, and we go.
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. 2x brightening power. With charcoal and vitamin C, deeply cleanses dirt and pollution to fight dullness for instantly bright skin. Garnier Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. By Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
gives you wings.
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash with charcoal and vitamin C. Deeply cleanses dirt and pollution for instantly bright skin. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash by Garnier Men.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
For one final time, ladies and gentlemen, you have checked into the Android arena for what is going to be the final day of this season of Android BGMS Season 3 powered by Garnier Men. Now, ये जो points table है, हमने 2 दिन देखे in finals में and एक दिन ओरंगुटान ने खत्म किया पहला दिन as the top of the leaderboard and then दूसरे दिन it is Carnival Gaming. लेकिन आज है final day. इसका मतलब that whoever ends at the top will also go home with the trophy and 55 lakh rupees. Of course, terms and conditions apply. लेकिन मैं अकेले यहाँ पे क्यों खड़ा हूँ? My name is Suren Sundaram. I'm going to call on one of my very dear friends and जिसकी आवाज़ आप सुनते हैं रोज. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Johnny. Johnny.
Yes.
It's our last day together. It's a last day for all 16 teams.
Yeah.
The big question is, हमने इतने changes देखे हैं at that leaderboard. क्या आज leaderboard वैसा ही रहने वाला? You think we are about to witness something absolutely unpredictable?
I think 3 सीजन हम दोनों को हो चुके हैं यहाँ पे और 3 सीजन में जो सीखा है वो यही है सबसे ज़्यादा chaos ना लास्ट डे पे देखने को मिलता है and I think today it's gonna be no different. आज भी जो नंबर 1 पे चांसेस हैं कि वो अभी तक नंबर 1 रहे पहले 2 गेम्स के बाद लेकिन ज़्यादा प्रोबेबिलिटी मेरे को लग रहा है कि थोड़ा सा उथल-पुथल तो होने वाला है मामला.
Okay, let's talk about the 2 teams that are at the top. You got Carnival and you got iQOO. लेकिन जो बाकी टीम्स नीचे है ना, कुछ प्लेयर्स से बात हुई है मेरी और वो कह रहे हैं भाई आज तो इट इज़ द पॉइंट ऑफ नो रिटर्न. आज करना है और मरना है. It's do or die for them. So are we going to see an ultra aggressive style of gameplay from the teams that probably are on 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th?
I mean हो सकता है लेकिन आपने प्लेयर से बात करी. मेरे पास मेरा एक खबरी है जिनसे मैं अभी बात करके आ रहा हूँ मिस्टर शर्मा. यस. और उन्होंने मेरे को बोला है कि आज जो टॉप पे टीम्स बैठी है ना उन्होंने खुद अपनी मुंह ज़बानी बॉटम वाली टीम्स को बोला है कि हम आ रहे हैं थोड़ा बच के रहना. बिकॉज रीज़न मैं बताता हूँ पावर प्ले है एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट सबको चाहिए सेफ्टी क्वेश्चन के लिए.
Listen, हैं तो 4 मैचेस लेकिन जो पहले 2 मैचेस हैं उसमें कार्निवल और iQOO क्या प्रेशर फील करेंगे या थोड़ा सा पीछे हट के खेलेंगे?
नहीं अर्ली गेम्स में तो हमेशा प्रेशर रहता है खासतौर से टॉप की टीम्स के ऊपर. बिकॉज पहला गेम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाएगा इन लोगों के लिए टू डिसाइड कि क्या वो टॉप पोजीशन मेंटेन कर पाएंगे कि नहीं. इफ दे ड्रॉप द बॉल इफ दे फंबल गेम नंबर 1 कहानी वहीं खत्म हो सकती है. बिकॉज आप इमेजिन कीजिए ना लास्ट डे है 4 मैचेस है पहले गेम में आप फर्स्ट से अगर 3rd पे आ गए तो उसके बाद तो आपके दिमाग में सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ चलेगी कि वापस वो पोजीशन हमको अटेन करनी है. एंड दैट माइंडसेट कैन बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट एंड इट कैन बी वेरी डेट्रीमेंटल टू द टीम्स परफॉर्मेंस.
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन 20-25 पॉइंट्स का फासला है इस टीम के पास एंड दैट इज गॉडलाइक जो हमारे लेफ्ट में बैठी हुई है. एंड सिंस वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द टीम व्हिच इज राइट एट द टॉप तो बुलाते हैं गॉडलाइक के IGL पंक को और साथ में गॉब्लिन को. आई थिंक अदला बदली कर लेनी चाहिए. हाँ तो Goblin, Johnny, you want to start off proceedings?
I mean, yeah, Goblin, it's the last day. You guys are sitting comfortably at the top of the leaderboard, but we all know what happens on the last day, right? आपके बैक पे लग चुका है एक टारगेट, बुल्स आए बिल्कुल बीच में, मतलब पॉइंट्स भी काफ़ी सारे आपकी पीठ पे है अब, काफ़ी लोग टारगेट करेंगे. हाउ यू गाइस प्रेप फॉर दैट?
तो हमारा आईजीएल ने ऑलरेडी सब प्रिपेयर्ड है. लाइक मतलब जो फर्स्ट मैच तो हम लोग देखते हैं नॉर्मल गेम खेलेंगे. सेकंड मैच से थोड़ा मतलब ठीक है, आईजीएल डिसाइड कर लेगा. वो हमें प्रेशर नहीं है, हमें सिर्फ मारना है घुस के बस.
भरोसा पूरा हेक्टर?
पूरा 100%.
राइट.
पंक, इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट में गॉडलाइक की जो गाड़ी है उसके जो 4 पहिए हैं, ऐसा लगा है कि एक पहिया या तो तेज चला है, दूसरा पहिया जो स्लो चला है. आई एम येट टू सी दैट वन मैच और दैट वन डे जहां पे आप चारों जो है एकजुट होके गॉडलाइक को जिताने के लिए जी जान लगा रहे हैं. कुड दिस बी द डे? क्योंकि वैसे बहुत बड़ा फासला नहीं है. वन चिकन डिनर यू कैन बी बैक इन द हंट.
देखो मैं सिर्फ इतना बोलूँगा, आज मैं जीतने के लिए आया हूँ और जीत के जाऊँगा.
Sweet, simple, short, and that's it.
Man of few words, right? लेकिन मेरे को थोड़े और वर्ड्स चाहिए आपसे. So importance of winning for you guys. अभी हम लोग वही डिस्कस कर रहे थे बैक ऑन द डेस्क. हेक्टर से आई थिंक ओशन की बात हुई थी, एंड हेक्टर वाज टेलिंग कि भाई काफ़ी टाइम हो गया हमारी लाइनअप को साथ में कुछ ट्रॉफी उठाए हुए. एंड आई थिंक एज एन आईजीएल ही इज़ ऑल्सो अंडर दैट प्रेशर कि दे वांट टू विन दिस ट्रॉफी. यू गाइस वांट टू विन दिस ट्रॉफी. क्या पूरी टीम का वही माइंडसेट है, और यू गाइस जस्ट फोकस्ड ऑन प्रोटेक्टिंग द लीड दैट यू हैव राइट नाउ?
नो, हमारा सेम माइंडसेट है जो फर्स्ट 2 डेज था. हमें घुस के मारना है सबको, चाहे जीते हारे वो सेकंड थिंग है, हमें बस मारना है सबको. तो बस दैट्स इट. इतना कुछ प्लानिंग वैनिंग है नहीं, अपना नेचुरल गेम खेलना है, डरना नहीं है किसी से बस.
अच्छा, डरना नहीं है, लेकिन किसी को डराना चाहोगे पहले मैच में?
ना भाई, अपना गेम खेलेंगे.
You guys are what? On the 7th spot, if I'm not wrong. And हमने अब तक जो देखा है इन पहले 2 दिनों में ऑफ द फाइनल्स, एक शाम ओरंगुटान ने ख़त्म किया एज द टॉप ऑफ द लीडर बोर्ड. फिर अब कार्निवल गेमिंग जो है वो टॉप पर है. बट द बिग क्वेश्चन इज कि पहले 2 मैच में ही मोमेंटम सेट हो जाएगा. तो आज हम गॉडलाइक का कौन सा अवतार देखने वाले हैं? आर यू गोइंग टू बी अग्रेसिव राइट फ्रॉम द गेट गो, या आप थोड़ा सा सोच के समझ के, इज दैट इवन गोइंग टू पे ऑफ?
वैसे तो आउट गेम तो क्या ही बताऊँ, बट ऑल आउट ही जाऊँगा मैं कि जो भी ओपोनेंट है मैं किसी को बख्शूंगा नहीं.
आप आईजीएल है एंड दैट मीन्स कि सारी डिसीजन मेकिंग जो है वो आप ही को करनी होती है. बट विद अ टीम लाइक गॉडलाइक, व्हेन यू गॉट समवन लाइक जॉनथन जो एमवीपी था पहले सीजन में, विद एडमिनो, क्या आपको उतना ज़्यादा इनको बताना पड़ता है, और डज एवरीबडी डू देयर जॉब?
सबको अपना जॉब पता है, बस थोड़ा सिनर्जी का लैक है, बट हो जाएगा टाइम के साथ. बट आज जीत के ही जाऊँगा, बस इतना बोल रहा हूँ.
भाई ये तो अपनी बात से हट नहीं रहे हैं.
दोनों का वही है, इनका भी माइंडसेट है कि घुस के मारेंगे. बट अगेन आई थिंक गॉडलाइक तो आप लोगों को चेस कर ही रही है, बाकी की टीम्स भी हैं. बट नंबर 1, नंबर 2, फ्रॉम द ओल्ड सोल टू द न्यू सोल, एनीथिंग?
नो, मतलब आई ट्रीट एवरी टीम मतलब सेम, मतलब सब सेम है यार. मतलब हर कोई प्रैक्टिस करता है, हर कोई मेहनत करता है. तो कोई दूसरी भी सेकंड पे होती तो एक ही बात होती, तो डजंट मैटर.
इट्स ऑल अबाउट द विन.
यस,
इट इज ऑल अबाउट द विन.
यू नो, जितनी भी टीम्स हैं, ऑल 16 इन द फ्रे, ऑफ कोर्स चाहत तो यही होगी कि आप जो हैं वो एंड में जीतें. बट वो कौन सी 2 टीम्स हैं जिनको देख के आपको लग रहा है यार अगर टारगेट करना है तो इनको करना है?
टारगेट वगैरह यार मैं कुछ करता नहीं हूँ, वो क्या बोलते हैं, प्रेशर में आके अपने आप ही हक देंगे.
Alright, listen, Johnny. ये लोग टॉप पर हैं, ये 7th पे हैं. Then you of course got iQOO जो 2nd पे हैं. पॉइंट्स का फासला उतना नहीं है. The big question is कि पहले मैच में कितने अतरंगी रंग हम देखने वाले हैं, कितना ताबड़तोड़ एक्शन देखने वाले हैं. Because ladies and gentlemen, हम इनसे तो बात कर चुके हैं, but there's 16 teams here in the Android arena. Lekin by the end of tonight, with 4 matches to go, only one team will get their hands on this trophy. Count down the seconds because match number 1 is coming up very, very shortly.
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash with charcoal and vitamin C deeply cleanses dirt and pollution for instantly bright skin. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash by Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another day, another road, and we go. A ride with a win, moving up, we know where to begin. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. On the ride we go. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Another day, another road, and we go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं ये सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. 2x brightening power. With charcoal and vitamin C, deeply cleanses dirt and pollution to fight dullness for instantly bright skin. Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. By Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं ये सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books.
Whoa, or should we say super wicked? The beastly headlights on the Black Panther iconic mask screams power. Feel like Super Warrior with TVS Raiders Super Squad Black Panther Edition.
It is super wicked indeed. I like the Iron Man Edition 2 on the other side in that red color, the shining bright color out there, just like the team that's shining brightly, Carnival Gaming, Entity, all of them that have got a bounty on their head. And I don't mean it literally, I mean it metaphorically.
For Entity, they need to be consistent, and not just consistent, super consistent, if you'd like to say. For CG, they're going to have the big target on their back. Being on the first spot also comes with a lot of problems, and that's what CG now needs to deal with. iQOO Soul right underneath them on the second spot. Even for them, it's going to be a lot of troubles. Even iQOO Soul will be targeted on the fray. But speaking about the entire lobby, you've got so many teams who do pack so much punch, and knowing the fact that today's the last day, we're definitely going to be seeing some aggressive approach.
Absolutely. The aggressive approach is something that also that entire desk was talking about, where you know that the teams will move forward to try and target the ones who are on the lower end of the spectrum. So they've got to be wary about them, but at the same time, it is a good opportunity for the teams who are down in that leaderboard to try and pick the other teams off, the ones who are on top, the ones who've got a lot to lose.
Talk about picking things up, and you've got the entire team of Raven Esports on the screen. Aim God, Reaper, these two players are so phenomenal, but unfortunately in the grand finals, when it matters the most, it feels like they have pretty much lost their track. They do not know what exactly needs to be done in the games. Raven Esports, they try to switch up the playstyle completely from going aggressive now to playing defensive, and it hasn't been working out for the boys at all. But you talk about a complete shift in the tide. In the playoffs, Entity was struggling way too much, but now in the grand finals, they're doing phenomenal. And you can see the finals day 1 versus day 2 overall comparison. In 12 finishes on day 1, and then you've got 35 finishes on the day 2.
Look at the placement points as well, only 2, and then you've got 18 placement points for day 2 itself. The amount of points that this team has gained is insane. And if some of them are wondering why the total might not add up to 64, that's because there's also some of the picks that they took in power play itself, specifically against the members of Carpediem when they fought off against them in the map of Miramar itself. And yes, this has been a complete shift in the playstyle for both these days itself. So all they would want to do is just carry on the one that they did on day 2 on to day 3 itself.
The team with the X Factor, Team Tumeles on the screen, a team that has been the burning torch consistently, constantly there in the top 5 always. Team Tumeles has been doing really good. But now on the last day, hopefully they're not going to crack under that pressure. Mr. IGL, being the IGL of the team, he always makes sure that he's going to keep his team constantly there in the top 5. While on the opposite side of the spectrum, WSB, they have been struggling way too much. They haven't been able to perform that properly, and they're on the latter half of the board.
The only reason why I feel that this team was able to move up far forward was because Carpediem was not clashing against them in Pochinki. That's why I think so this team had got a good amount of opportunity to try and slowly and steadily build up their loot and then move forward. But that is not happening right now. They are constantly having those problems. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to quickly fix all the problems that we are encountering.
Wow. Circle to search. Only on Android.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another day, another road, and we go. Arrive with a win, moving up, we know where to begin. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Arrive we go. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Another day, another road, and we go.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. 2x brightening power. With charcoal and vitamin C, deeply cleanses dirt and pollution to fight dullness for instantly bright skin. Garnier Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. By Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow.
We're just moments away from stepping inside of the first game of the last day of the Grand Finals. This game holds a lot of value. If you've got a great start for yourself, well then that's going to carry on for the rest of the day. It's all about the momentum and finding the right foot in the right spot. Let's move on to the first game of the day as the plane flat path begins all the way from Novorupnoy towards Stalper. And this plane flat path is tilted heavily to one side of the map, and that's going to be the right side. If the teams want to move in towards Georgia Pool, Gatka, Quarry, even Fairapir or Primorx, it's going to be a tough stretch, so we might see some pit stop collisions.
Quite a lot of them actually, because one of the pit stops might actually be near Pochinki, where we normally see both Carpediem and WSB duke it out against each other. So we might see some teams deciding to go in for the third party, specifically the teams like 8-Bit, Team Tamilas, or also Carnival Gaming, who might have some troubles reaching to their own locations. And this plane flight path does not read good news for either of those teams, because yes, they like to start off slow, they like to take their loot and take their time and then move forward, but none of them can do that. They'd have to fight at least one of them, because everyone wants to go towards the same thing. My question is, where will Entity drop? Because they normally go towards Zarki.
Entity this time looking to move towards Kamishki or Stalber maybe. That's where they're moving slowly and steadily. You've also got Godlike moving towards Yasna Poliana. iQOO Soul as usual moving towards School, considering the plane flat path was favoring their drop location. You've also got CGU dropping into a pit stop towards Farm. That's going to be another drop collision. But Godlike up against the foes in the front. And for Godlike, this will be a tough fight to convert. Facing off against a formidable opponent like that off the rip, it's going to be quite a tough one. But let's see, we're speaking of Godlike over here. In the Grand Finals, this team has been in a top form.
Absolutely. But against the members of Carpediem, the ones who always look to take that early fight, this is a big thing because now WSB have got the Pochinki entirely for themselves. But look at this stalemate right now with Team X-Park, who are now against the members of One Blade, which we normally do not see as both of them took a drop in Nova Repnoi.
Yeah, but here's the problem. One Blade, they're a little bit disconnected, and that's something One Blade needs to work upon. Cover fire needs to be there on the fly. Godlike slowly and steadily getting approached in the fight. Admino is there holding the angle, but he needs to back away from that house, and that's what he's exactly looking to do. But if he does move out in the open, Carpediem will instantly try and pounce on top of the opportunity. Carpediem, the hungry prowlers in the fight, as Pokar slowly and steadily trying to get his claws into Admino. And Admino all by himself left to defend this building. A beautiful place. Nade will catch Admino, and Fierce finds the opener. Godlike already lose out on their prime assaulter.
That was a big problem coming in, and what a good push from Carpediem themselves going in, and this is going to be the spray, but what a cover fire coming in from Jonathan on top of that warehouse. Z-God as well is on one of them. One position, noted down. Carpediem moving like a pack together to try and take Z-God down now, who's got a reinforcement in the form of Punk.
Fight's taken down with 3v3. The fallen man from Carpediem needs to make sure he's staying alive for as long as possible. Utilities will be striked from both the sides. It's all about the precision. Punk gets blinded. Messes up that nade too on the back of that. And if you talk about the elimination feed, the stalemate between Team X-Park and One Blade, it breaks out too as Kana gets knocked down and finished. But coming back to this fight, now the snake's placed in quite a tragic manner, but still the knockout is found, so that's great news for Godlike. As long as they're getting those constant trades, that's all that's gonna matter. It's taken down to a 2-on-2, and for Godlike, all they need to do is find one more knock to be in the advantage, and vice versa.
Absolutely, Z-God almost finding Puka there as well as he's the last man standing, and this is a big problem coming in for Carpediem. Losing out to their duel against the members of Godlike is not something where they thought they're going to take a good start on. It's a 1v3 situation. Punk has also been brought back on his feet though. It's going to be even big problem now. Pukar, can he go and give the revive to Gamla Boy is a big question because there's a third party coming in the exact same area.
Yeah, Pukar's done for. He does not stand a chance, and Jonathan will put that final nail in the coffin. That's it for Carpediem. They have been outgunned off the rip by Godlike. You do not really see Carpediem lose out on these 4-on-4 fights, but then we talk about a third party, and Raven Esports here with the opportunity, and they want to latch up onto it.
And they're not the only ones here. There's a fourth party in the form of the Apes, Orangutan this time, wanting to take that early fight. And it seems, since Reckoning are also in the vehicles, if they hear a lot of commotion, they might also decide to pounce on this timing and grab some early points. In the circle that has actually taken a shift over the southwestern part, MOGO are going to be happy, but they will not have the strength of that power play to work around with.
One Blade, team synergy, pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. The boys, as soon as they dropped in towards Nova Repnoi, they seem pretty disconnected. They pretty much gave those isolated duels to Team X-Park. Kana was all by himself, up close and personal. Kana got taken down first, and later on there was another man towards Container. Even he got taken down. KSR7 is on a run. He does not want to face the opponents just yet. He wants to play for the placement points. One Blade, they do still stand a chance, but unfortunately Game 1 has slipped away.
It seems even more difficult now because they are literally 60 points away from the first position. If you talk about it, think about it, and you averagely get 20 points in each and every game, you really need to utilize the power play to try and give yourself a good boost and then also convert it into a chicken dinner to actually get somewhere around 30, which we are not seeing yet. So that's a big and a humongous problem. But look at where iQOO Soul is right now. They want to actually try and capitalize on the opportunity that not a lot of these teams are actually inside the circle. They've got a good opening, so they moved already down south on the military base island.
As long as that one single man from MOGO Esports is keeping himself in a anonymous spot, that's all that matters. Just keep yourself unknown from iQOO Soul. Do not let them spot you. But iQOO Soul, I guess they've already done the deed. They know exactly where that one single man of MOGO Esports is too. He cannot move out just yet because he's being pinned down in that compound. Even if he sits inside the vehicle, he will instantly be sprayed down, melted. At least that's what the scenario feels like. Even 8-Bit, they've luckily enough found themselves in fair appear without any troubles. For OG, they've got a lot of troubles brewing up on the fray. You've got Godlike in the front. Raven Esports wanted to be the opportunistic ones, wanted to be the third partiers, but unfortunately realizing the fact that even OG had the same game plan, Raven Esports, they back away.
And this is not actually recommended for Raven, to be very honest. They're not doing very solid in the leaderboard itself.
Yeah.
So they really needed to take those fights.
Oh
but
my god, MOGO Esports,
Manya,
defending champions, a bad start to the game. And they cannot afford to have a start like this, while iQOO Seoul on the path of redemption. They want one more trophy in their cabinet. iQOO Seoul, they're already in the advantage. They're in the striking position too. They've got the man advantage in the fight, and they keep on striking down a few more players as even Destro gets ran over.
That's a big, big problem coming in for MOGO. Destro has been the man, the brains behind the entirety of the MOGO lineup. And this team did a pretty decent start on day number 1, but fell quite short on day 2 itself. And even now losing one of their member, jumping back over towards the C building. Justin is the man over on that cliff, spotting out the members of iQOO Seoul. And this is like one of those first few times where I'm not actually seeing iQOO Seoul directly move forward.
This is exactly what I was pointing to. A fight towards that bridge area. Reckoning Esports up against 8-Bit. And Juicy, as he moves out, his position will be given away. Now, Juicy's position is noticed. Reckoning Esports, they do hear that buggy around them. They do want to pounce on top of the opportunity, but unfortunately, Juicy's already moved away. So Reckoning Esports, it's time to reposition. In the spot that Reckoning Esports is, it's a really good one. If they manage to keep this one pinned down, that there's a high chance they can also be the one to come through victorious. They're in the smack center.
That is true, but at the same time, they need to take these early fights. They only have 34 points right now in their bag, and that is not good. Even bouncing in the top 3 itself is going to be a behemoth task with the way they are playing right now if they do not capitalize on the power play.
Makes sense.
And that's, again, something you have to do whatsoever. You only have 4 games. That's 20 points per game. If you get chicken dinner with 10 finishes, that's 80 points. But that kind of consistency is something that none of these teams have.
What blows for Godlike is that they cannot even move out of that spot. They're still OG camping it out. Godlike is just pinned down in that same single spot. They know exactly what's going on around them. They constantly are spotting out the players too, but they're not able to find that one single proper glimmer.
True.
As soon as they find that pixel, as soon as they find that player, if the first knockout's found, at least they know now the fight's down on equal ground, then they can go for a proper challenge. But OG, slowly and steadily, they might just run thin on patience. This is where OG needs to hold on to those, though.
And we have seen this team with a patience game. Back on the map of Miramar against the members of Raven, all the way in Chumasera. The patience from this team is impeccable. But here's the thing, Ravens are also flying around in the area. So you know the wrath of Odin could come at you at any point. The moment this fight breaks out will be the time when Raven will decide to go in for that third party.
Hands down.
Apes have to be wary of that.
OG's playing pretty freely. And it's also going to work for them or maybe against them as well sometimes. But this is how the fight kicked off between Team X-Spark and One Blade and even Godlike and Carpediem. And as I mentioned, you do not really see that often, Carpediem losing out on a 4-on-4 fight. But Godlike made sure that Carpediem crumbles under their wrath. They wiped out Carpediem, got 8 points to start things off in the game. That's one hell of a way to start things off.
And for X-Spark as well, they needed this early burst. They needed this early buffer. And that's what they've got. Getting those 6 crucial points. Only KSR7 is the man who's unknown, who's still in the vehicle. And is not in the safe territory whatsoever. You've got iQOO Seoul as well. You've got MOGO. You've got Team X-Spark in the exact same island. But AKOP. Right now just playing that patience game slowly and steadily. Orangutan, they're losing on a bit of it. So that's why they're just going and clearing out all those compounds one after the other, but they can end up giving the isolated duels to the players.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of what's going on the screen right now, but a beautiful nade, and that's going to catch Z-God. Nicely done. The opener's already found. A big advantage in the hands of OG. And they can instantly try and press upon the charges a little bit more. They know exactly where Jonathan is too. Another man's position's compromised as Z-God is slowly and steadily ticking to his death. Jonathan has pushed himself a little bit more back, but AKOB constantly tries to press upon the charges with that pump shotgun. All it takes is one single proper shotgun shell to try and find that nail in the coffin. And Jonathan is just playing around the fray for now. He's trying to delay the inevitable for as long as possible.
30 more seconds remaining now for the power play itself. Reaper gets knocked out by the members of Reckoning, so Raven will not jump in for the third party whatsoever. This is just a proper duel coming in from these players, and Atanki is down on his feet, but Punk has been traded as well. It's down to Jonathan in the smoke itself, playing on that ledge.
All that matters is the man advantage, and Jonathan right now with the off angle could have done something, but a beautiful flick from AKOP sends him back to lobby. OG, they come out on top in that duel, and they also get 6 points from that one single fight. Nicely done. OG, that's a great way to kick things off in the Grand Finals last day.
And with that, they move at 80 points as well, equaling the numbers of Entity. And as they've not lost even a single member, they've got a big buffer now that they can play around with. Important as well, because if you look at the bridge, it's entirely empty. And Raven has been eliminated by the members of Reckoning, and they secure the 8 points, the desperate 8 points that they were looking for.
In the blue, OG, it's time to prioritize the placement a little bit more. Move inside the zone, try and play for that position game. Reckoning Esports in the off center. While you've got teams like iQOO dominating the playgrounds as well. Unfortunately for MOGO Esports being taken down with just a 3-man squad. Even that's a tough pill to swallow for the boys. 8-bit towards the bridge. They're camping it out. They're not going to let anyone cross on over to the opposite side. And there's also Team X-Park making that rotation all the way from the bottom side. So for Team X-Park, this rotation's also going to be a lot of value. Because if they do come out on top and make this rotation flawlessly, then iQOO will be in a big trouble.
Why am I getting this feeling that this might actually be a bridge circle? I just feel that the BGMI gods just want to bring chaos into the lobby, and that's going to bring the maximum number of it.
Let me tell you, man, if CG do not get targeted right here, CG will be the one to win this game, 100%. I don't think so anyone's going to be able to steal it away from them. CG's got such a good compound to play with. Also, the front lines are pretty secured. You talk about the back lines, there's no one there in the back lines. The only teams that are there are in the sidelines. But Team X-Park, they mess up big. They collide against the strong force of iQOO, and Team X-Park, they do lose out on one player, but it's vice versa. Equal traits on both the sides. iQOO as well, down a man. Joker taken outside of the game, but Team X-Park, Spray God's in the front lines, and iQOO, they want to be the hunting pack. They want to hunt down the man in the front, but Spray God's on the move constantly. Knuckle, even he's trying to move on up, try and target Spray God, but he realizes it's time to back away, considering there's a house in the front, and there's definitely going to be someone holding that angle.
Absolutely. They don't want to make the exact same mistake that Godlike did against them. They know how the cards are now being played. And oh my god,
oh
Ronnie!
My god!
Not the perfect position. What an off angle by Spray God. Catches one, and now it's down to a 2v2.
That's what you call a beautiful team coordination, knowing exactly where the opponents are positioned. A nade sails in, and there's Spray God in the front lines to try and strike him down. Spray God gets a little too ahead of himself, gets knocked down in return. Ronnie's still knocked out for iQOO. It's still a 2-on-1. They've got the big man advantage, while Team X-Park's last man is trying to create that off angle. Ninja Jod, he gets the confirmation onto Ronnie, making sure that the revival's not going to be there, and now the duel's taken down a 1-on-2. It's not going to be that great one for Ninja Jod, but at least he can try and do a bit more damage against the foes. Knuckle knows exactly where Ninja Jod is too. They know Ninja Jod is isolated inside of the house, and he's constantly taking a lot of damage. And eventually, he will be devoured.
Team X-Park not starting things on a very good note, only having the 8 points in their pocket. Catching a couple of members of Soul, but making sure that the enemy is also hurt. Not a lot that they can do from this point onwards. It's going to be difficult. Disappointments being shown. Players just exchanging a few words, discussing as to where things went wrong. How is KSR7 still alive, and why is he almost in that off-center position, probably playing under the bridge?
I mean, this is a big knockback for Team X-Park.
True.
Makes a lot of sense why these guys are having so many words amongst each other. But they managed to start things off on a really great note. 8 points accumulated in the first game. But considering it is the last day, you need more than 8 points in every single game. But MOGO Esports, they collide against another strong force. This time, they get their revenge. They strike down iQOO, a team that was troubling them from the start.
You take one of us, we take two of you. All thanks to the members of X-Park, and now that's again a big blow to the members of iQOO themselves, because they can be pushed out of that top 2 position. You've got OG surviving, you've got Team Tamilas as well, Entity, all of them can take them off, and oh my god, what a Rose Rage moment coming in, reckoning up against the members of Global.
Global Esports and Reckoning Esports right next to each other as Hunters is the one to kick things off. Slug gets knocked out. That's not an ideal start to a fight, but he himself is way too low as well. Global Esports, they're losing out on the man number. This fight's not looking too great for them. Even Ninja Boy gets confirmed, and now it's down to the one last man at Global Esports. I don't think so a lot can be done just by that one single man. Global Esports cracking under that pressure. Beast is trying his best to try and hold the team with him, as now Beast is constantly spamming it away. He's got the DBS in the hand. He misses that shot too, and Immortal from the back will seal the deal.
Beautiful performance coming in from Reckoning, and this is the Reckoning that we were missing for the past 2 days. Phenomenal. And Global Esports on the other side, a team that everyone thought might actually be the finishers on the podium, are losing their way. Now farther than ever.
12 finish points already accumulated, by the way. Reckoning Esports looking to establish the greatest comeback BGMS history has ever seen, maybe.
Oh my god.
Oh, here comes the prank. The biggest prank the game's played so far. Makes everyone think that, yeah, the circle's going to be shifting up north, but then a curveball-like shift comes down south, and MOGO Esports, for them, the chicken dinner is right there in their court.
Now Carnival Gaming will have to face the big problem, right? Normally, whenever this kind of circle happens, we see Team Tamilas take the botation and move down south towards the Sosnovka military base island, southern areas, southern shores. But that's not happening right now. Look at the number of teams rotating right down from the bridge. This is massive.
5 teams rooting out to play from that same single bridge. Entity, somehow that one single man manages to rotate out of death's grip. That's crazy. He just clinched his way out of that bridge, and that's super impressive, by the way. Entity, the entire team is now slowly and steadily making their way out of the death's grip. All it takes is just a few bullets upon yourself. If you get knocked out in that process, that's unfortunate. You're going to be the sacrificial lamb.
Mighty has been knocked out though by the members of MOGO, but the trade is equal on the other side as Juicy gets one man. Confirmation as well flows in, but on the other side is another player that actually knocks him down, and with that, 8-bit have been wiped out from the lobby. MOGO Esports, this is their home turf, this is their territory. But I don't know for how long can they go. They've already lost a couple of players now.
Exactly what we wanted to see from MOGO Esports, but only if they would have done the same thing in the power play, it would have been much better. Imagine they have taken down 2 players of iQOO and an entire squad of 8-bit. That would have been double the points, 12 finish points to start things off with for MOGO Esports. The ideal start a defending champion would want to have.
That's exactly what right now Reckoning has. So, agreed. The defending champions needed to start things that way, but it is not happening right now. But one good thing is that with these 6 points, they've crossed the 50-point marker, moving ever so closer to that top 3 position at least, right now at 8th. Still need quite a lot of those points to try and overtake the members of God's Reign as Team Tamilas. They go in for the rotation, but not over towards the southern side. Jumping in directly onto that shoal and now going in for the compounds. And they can actually take it. They are uncontested. Not in the smack center, just a bit off, but it's absolutely fine.
I told you about my gut feeling, right? I don't think so it's going to be anyone from the top 3 to hold that trophy. Instead, I think so it's going to be someone who makes a comeback, either from that 4th to the 8th spot, or either someone from the latter half of the board, at least a little bit closer to being there in the first half. I'm really hoping for a major comeback over here, and I do know the teams on the latter half of the board, every single team, they do pack a solid punch. Just look at it. Raven Esports, WSB, they have been proving themselves time and time, especially Raven Esports in the league stage. They dominated through. Even in the playoffs, Raven Esports was doing really good, consistent placements every single time. True. But in the grand finals, when the experience really comes into play, that's where Raven Esports sort of fell short.
If there's going to be one team from the latter half of the board to make a big comeback, it's going to be Reckoning and none other. Because you need to start to write your comeback story from the first game itself. And Reckoning is the only team that is actually doing it. Carnival Gaming going in for their own rotation as well. Will probably end up anywhere over the southern shores, the southern beach of Sosnovka military base. And I like that idea too. Barge in from behind. Either way, the blue is so very close. On that end, it will move slowly. On the other side, it's going to be all the teams just wreaking havoc. And since the ferry pair bridge, you already saw the chaos. Now it's going to be shifted over towards the farm areas. God's Reign and Reckoning both decide to rotate in from that far bridge, but they will be taking a lot of damage as soon as this blue hits the circle.
Where is the zone going to shift?
Oh, Team Tamilas.
Shifts down south, and Team Tamilas always, they somehow find themselves in the advantageous spot. I don't know what Mr. IGL has, but somehow he always comes out on top in those rotations. He's so good. He knows exactly how to play around every single zone. Yeah, one single off game can be there, but look at Team Tamilas in the grand finals. I mentioned this during the starting segment too. Team Tamilas, the X Factor. And IGL is the one to bring in that X Factor. But you cannot really rule out the players of OG too. Look at the players of OG moving all the way from down south. And even OG can have a really good position. But CG taking that rotation as well. Now, there's going to be a lot of teams rooting out for that same spot. Team Tamilas will be surrounded and swarmed.
Exactly what I wanted to mention as well. Not in terms of Team Tamilas though, but in the form of OG up against Carnival, because they've got the same idea to move around the same area. So they might be fighting off against each other. But look at the cluster that's forming in, and look at over towards the Nova Repnoi bridge as well. Teams rotating all from there. That's big thing.
Yeah, the teams are burning through their meds to be there in the play zone. They're going for the longer route. But that's the only option they've got at this point in time, because the main bridge is being camped by so many teams. You've got Entity, you've got WSP, even iQOO Seoul could have been there. But then you've also got MOGO Esports as two players who will be there to grab onto that opportunity, at least try and get a little bit of that piece of that pie. But CG up against OG. AKOP's out in the open, and he will need to pay the price for that. A big mistake comes into play. The Apes this time, they're not feeling too good.
They lost their main assaulter as well. He was the man who was feeding himself. So that's not a good thing coming in for their side, as Carnival Gaming now have established their presence over towards the southern part of the circle. But look at where God's Reign are rotating in from. Directly in between that military base. They will meet against Reckoning, and OG will be the ones who will be taking all of that heat onto themselves.
But OG's still a three-man strong squad. They've already gotten a decent amount of finish points. If they do manage to squeeze themselves in the top two, I still think they've done their job. And I think so that's what OG's fighting for too. Look at the shots taken from CG, OG. They find themselves a stable compound for now. In the zone, they're doing okay. It's not really a good compound, but as I mentioned, it's a stable compound. It's going to give them hope for a while. There's a high chance the zone's going to move away from them too. But if it's going to be curveballic shift, catching every single team off guard, then it will be even more fun. OG have been pounced on by the players of Reckoning Esports, and we're talking about the Hungry Wolves over here. OG, they do not stand a chance. The Apes, they get devoured by the Wolves.
It was all the spam of the shotguns coming in. And that's all that took place. But right now, Entity deciding to pounce on the members of weak Reckoning Esports. As it's going to be a 3-on-3. Shots being fired. Anasis has been knocked down, brought on his feet. But Immortal answers back perfectly as well, catching one person, finishing them off. Want to chase down the other players too. Reckoning now suffering a lot of those casualties. It's a 3-on-2 situation, but in the compound, it's a 2v2. Immortal pretty low in that HP. Will try to spray it down, will be demolished. And that's the end of the wrath of Reckoning.
Exactly what we wanted to see. Reckoning Esports eliminated from the game, but decent amount of points acquired. But look at WSB, a complete shift in the tide. Drigger's back in the playing fray, by the way, and that's something we like to see. As soon as Drigger's back in the lineup, WSB's doing much better. And now Fury's on the move too. One last man of Entity, it's Raiden. And even Raiden's on the verge of being eliminated from the game, by the way. Raiden does not have any backup so far. His teammates are way too far away from Raiden, but still, the teammates from the far front doing a great job in providing that backup, and Raiden somehow survives that wrath.
Massive cover fire coming in from Somraj, saving the life of his teammate, the saving grace of Entity. And with that, the consistency still remains. Raiden can be the one who takes all the aggression, who takes all the attention on himself. The teammates are the ones who will constantly provide that cover fire. I love it. I love the play coming in from Entity right now.
God's Reign screwed up. They should have tossed in a few smokes before moving up. The cover fire from the boys of Entity was perfect. They thought Raiden's the only man left alive in that squad. And that's where they messed up. There was so much cover fire from the backlines from Entity. It was perfect. But Team Tamilas, with all the 4 players left alive, they've got the man advantage in the final few zone. But you cannot take away that from CG2. Even they're all 4 men up. One man gets knocked out, Hector, but he's back upon his feet, so that's great news.
Carnival Gaming have got a pretty solid positioning as well, but the question is how many smokes do they have? Right now, Entity cannot move out because it's Carnival who are trying to just stop them from moving forward. And Team Tamilas are busy dealing with WSB, who are playing with a 1 and 3 split. Zeref's positioning is the most important factor for that fight to occur. As soon as Team Tamilas move out, Zeref will fire onto them.
Entity on the run. There's so much empty space. They want to try and back Raiden up better, but I don't think so. It's a great option that Entity's choosing. As soon as Troy closes on up towards that spot, Troy's going to be catching a lot of hurt upon himself. He's also being the center of attraction for now. They're taking shots against CG, but Team Timberless, they move up inside of the smoke. And WSB's constantly spamming that smoke too. They're not letting the players of TT have a good time anymore. TT, as soon as they move outside of their comfort zone, they're facing a lot of the wrath of the opposite teams.
That's again the point that I mentioned, but wait a second. Carnival Gaming now struggling a little bit. Circle shifts right in this match center, and it's Entity who managed to find a timing to move back in. Carnival Gaming will be struggling a little bit out there. Into the blue itself as Goblin was knocked out. He will be finished off too. That's a big blow to Carnival. Goblin was a spearhead for this team. They've lost it. They've lost their assaulter. And now Entity seems to be in the prime position as Team Tamilas are busy fighting against the members of WSB as they get a knock onto them.
I see it the opposite way. Entity, yes, they're in the smack center, but they're also going to be the center of attraction. Imagine the amount of firepower that's going to be unleashed against them. And I don't think so they will be able to withstand the amount of damage that will be put against them. And that's exactly what's happening. Entity, they've got too many bullets flowing on their direction. And they do not know how to reply back. Even Team Tamilas wanting to take the advantage. Utilities being tossed in that direction as Toy's the only man in the outskirts. While the rest two players are playing from the inside. Samraj is now the only man in, while Raiden has also flourished a little bit more. He's moved out. Team Tamilas, they've got a storm of nades approaching them. But considering the nades are a little bit short, Team Tamilas, it's all good in the hood for now. Entity, 3-man strong. They want to take a fight against the players of Team Tamilas, or at least try and suppress them for as long as possible.
Now, as soon as these smokes fade away, Carnival will have a line of sight onto the members of Entity. So it's going to become even more difficult. And now WSB are also moving in over towards that eastern part. So they will also have a line of sight onto them. So as you mentioned, Entity will be facing a lot of problems. It was only until WSB was keeping Team Tamilas busy that Entity could focus fully on Carnival Gaming. But WSB now, they're fighting the members of Carnival themselves. It could be a big blow to Carnival.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? Carnival's getting targeted in the final few moments because CG's at the top and no one wants to let the players of CG have that great lead. WSB around the fray too. They've got a nice 2-2 split going on for themselves as Entity in the smack center. They've got the hard cover to play with. And now for Entity, it's time to mow down the lawns. Just waiting for someone to peek out, give their position away, and Samraj will try to find the first opener. But with this movement, Samraj has given his own position away. Gods gets ran over, and Raiden's out in the open. I just do not see what Raiden's trying to do, but he's taking a lot of heat upon himself, and Troy's there with the cover fire. Hector gets knocked out through the smoke, and even Troy gets knocked out in return. It's not that great of a news for Entity, but Samraj inside of the hut is doing a lot of damage against the foes.
Absolutely true. They were taking fights on two different fronts, and that's where Entity can now lose the opportunity. Neo tries to flush out a few players, will be finished off. Not a lot of points gained for Carnival. This was not the Carnival that they were hoping for.
Oh my god, Troy can be revived. How is this even possible? Troy was so much deep into that dirt.
One nade.
But Troy is still somehow alive. Utilities being tossed in from Entity. It sailed in pretty close. Maxi OP, some damage was chipped out against the guy. But he's still standing. Team Tamilas consistently there, always in the top 3 in every single game. In the grand finals, they have been so consistent. And there's a reason why I call this team the Burning Torch of Consistency. Maxi OP takes shots, gives his position away. Team Tamilas, they need to try and close on up to the safe zone soon as possible. They're tossing out the smokes to try and give them that cover from the players of Entity, while WSB's trying to move in from the back lines. But Team Tamilas from the top will try to give the cover fire to Entity unintentionally. Utilities are being tossed, they are being traded from both the sides, but not even on the prime spot.
Now Toy can't hold that angle whatsoever, even though he created a hard cover with the vehicle itself, because WSB is on the southern side or the eastern side of the circle. Team Tamilas will also be moving in. The blue is going to push trigger. He's got to stand up, and that's when Entity could actually strike. But good nade being thrown in by Gods does not matter.
Oh my god, the Molotov.
Oh!
The Molotov to end the things off. WSP, they tossed in a perfect Molotov as soon as they cut the line of sight on the players of Entity, but then Team Timilas, they give a finishing blow considering WSP's head was on the swivel the entire time. Team Timilas, they find the perfect timing once again, just like yesterday they found against Carpediem. They just know exactly when to strike. They showcased so many patience in that game and ended up taking the chicken dinner. Team Timilas has been super successful in surviving till the top 3. One of the most impressive teams and one of the most consistent teams that this lobby has seen so far.
Absolutely. Doing a phenomenal job in terms of being in that top 3. And as you mentioned, the high crowd advantage for Team Tamilas is what actually got them the win. Every single time Mr. IGL brings his team to get that win. But let's bring Surain on stage for the interview.
When the odds are against you, that's when you show a champion performance, and Team Tamilas ne kuch waisa hi kar dikhaya hai. They become one of the rare teams who have picked up the second chicken dinner in these finals. And of course, a chicken dinner, you started off with 68 points on the leaderboard, and Carnival Gaming, they were on 94. A chicken dinner is going to really boost your chances. How are you feeling right now, because the job is still not done?
இன்னும் வந்து மேட்சஸ் எதுவும் முடியல. இன்னும் நமக்கு 3 மேட்சஸ் இருக்குது. நம்ம கன்சிஸ்டண்ட்டாக பர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுறது மட்டும்தான் எங்களோட ஒரே ஒரு ஃபோக்கஸ். அதான் கன்சிஸ்டண்ட்டாக டீமாக பர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணி கொண்டு வரணுன்றது தான்.
Well, he clearly acknowledges the fact that the job is not done. They have picked up the chicken dinner, but they've got 3 more matches to go, and they have to perform like a team and put in one good performance after the other, right? But now, off maps, Sanhok, Miramar, how are you going to approach that? Because now you're closer to that top spot, but there's still a long way to go because other teams will also be coming at you.
சரி, we are planning to go அக்ரெசிவாக போகலாம் பிளான் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அக்ரெசிவாகவும் போகலாம் பிளான் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ இதுக்கப்புறம் அக்ரெசிவாகவும் போவோம்.
Well, clearly, aggression is the only way out. And just one last question, man. Are you going to target any of the teams? And how are you going to figure out if some team comes out and targets you?
ஸோ சேனாக்கு சொல்லவே தேவையில்லை. மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த மேப்பில் டார்கெட் வந்துச்சுன்னா அதுக்கேற்ற மாதிரி நம்ம அடிச்சு தான் ஆகணும். 8 பாயிண்ட்ஸ் நம்ம ஒரு டீம் அடிச்சோன்னா அது பாயிண்டாக தான் கன்வெர்ட் பண்ணி ஆகணும். ஸோ அதை நாங்கள் அதை அப்படி பூஸ்ட் எடுத்துப்போம்.
ये मैं हिंदी में समझा देता हूँ. अगर हमें कोई मारने आया तो उससे बचने का एक ही तरीका है, घुस के मारो. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Tamilas pick up their second chicken dinner. It is going to get very, very close as we come to the end of today. They are on the 3rd spot. तीसरी पोजीशन पे पहुंच चुके हैं. We take a break and we return for game number 2.
Battles change, but our squad does not. The result should speak for how hard we fought.
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash with charcoal and vitamin C deeply cleanses dirt and pollution for instantly bright skin. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash by Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another day, another road, and we go. A ride with a win, moving up, we know where to begin. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. On a ride we go. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Another day, another road, and we go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है. क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा.
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. 2x brightening power. With charcoal and vitamin C, deeply cleanses dirt and pollution to fight dullness for instantly bright skin. Garnier Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. By Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we...
A third chicken dinner racked up from Team Tumblers. At this point, it feels like it's another day in the office for the boys. But then you cannot really rule out the players of CG as well. They had quite a decent game. Even the Team X-Park, they tried their best to try and get as many eliminations as possible. Unfortunately, they failed. And let's be honest, the MVP of that previous game was the Zone.
Absolutely, playing shenanigans with every single one of them, sometimes showing that it might go towards the north and then taking a hard south shift. But let's have a look at the real MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Hunters, the man from Reckoning himself. Finally, Hunters has been stepping up from the side of Reckoning, and we were waiting for this man to go bonkers, and since 4 days.
36% finished contribution. Stars of the matches in the front of us, and you've got Best Companion as Immortal. Then Manti06 is going to be there with 2 finishes as the finisher. Manti was the one to give the finishing blow to the last man standing at WSB. And speaking of WSB too, maybe a chance for a comeback in the upcoming game. WSB needs to go super aggressive in the power play.
I mean, honestly, yes. If in case they move forward in the power play, try to take the opponents down in itself and then go in for some bonkers game, it might be possible. But let's be literally honest, it seems almost next to impossible for them to try and move upwards. But honestly, someone might get a big hand on this beautiful trophy, and it could be any one of these 4 players.
It looks wicked, just like the bike. The trophy, I mean, the first time I saw this trophy, it just caught my eye, and I'm not able to get my eyes off of it. But you know what? Now we need to focus on the show, and that's going to be much more important because the game 1's already done. 3 more games to go. In the game 1, Team Tumblers once again regaining their spot back in the top 3, while the other teams, they're going to start to crumble a little bit more. Godlike struggling a little bit more in that previous game. Did win the first collision against the foes, but then later on got targeted instantly.
But here's the thing. They at least got to those, you could say, benchmark points which all of these teams are trying to get, right? Almost around the 10 points. So I think so they've reached that point already. But yes, if you want to be on the first table, you need to win, and you need to make sure that you are slick, smooth, quick with all of those chickens.
And I guess something that's going to make you real quick is going to be that tap and pay feature on your Android devices. All you need to do is pull out your phone, just tap it, and you're done with the job. But moving on with the conversation now, as I mentioned, Godlike has been struggling. It's not just Godlike, even CG are getting targeted now. You saw in the final few zones, all the other teams, they were trying to mow down the lawns against CG. Even OG is not really able to get a lot done, considering even OG, they're struggling a bit. But Team X-Park, this is something that they can try and take the advantage of and try and hunt down a few more teams in the power play itself. Considering the upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok, this will provide them so many more opportunities.
Absolutely. I really want to see an aggressive Sanhok this time around. We saw on day 1 itself how slow the Sanhok went. But now seeing with the way how teams move forward in the map of Erangel itself, trying to utilize that power play, I think so this could happen on the map of Sanhok too.
Hey, I mean, speaking of Sanhok, we know always the zones, if they do pan out towards the Camp Alpha Island, it might just be Global Esports or iQOO Seoul in the top 2. This always happens. Last time when the circle panned out towards that island, it was Global Esports. But now, we do not have to wait any more longer. No breaks this time. We directly try to step into the map of Sanhok, the second game of the day. Is it going to be a fiery start, or is it just going to be the classic Sanhok map in the grand finals, where the start is quite slow, but then later on, the ending is with a bang?
Now you touched upon the point of Camp Alpha. We are talking about something starting off on a bang. You can't forget about the entire collision between Global Esports and iQOO Seoul, but the previous time they played on map of Sanhok, iQOO Seoul took a drop over towards Samhi, leaving the Camp Alpha entirely for the side of Global Esports. So I really want to see if that's going to be the case, or are we going to see something else? That's a big thing, right? Because if Global Esports get their hands on Camp Alpha, that means they can have that full loot over that area, and Team Xpark also dropping towards Hathin.
Yeah. I mean, Team Xpark, as you mentioned, they're dropping towards Hathin. And that's where the real problem lies, though. Team Xpark, they drop in quite an isolated spot. That's why they're not able to take the proper advantage of the third parties. They're not able to take the fights off the rip. They do get a decent amount of time to loot up and then focus for the win. But let's be honest, focusing for the win, there's too many teams trying to do so. Let's just try to be aggressive, try and grab as many points as possible in the power play. If you manage to wipe out 2 squads, that's 16 finish points off the rip.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned about those 16 finish points, I also really want to see this team get onto that aggressive note, right? Because down south you've got Global Esports. If you move a bit more towards Startmock area and south of it, you will see Team Tamilas out there. Paradise Resort is also a place where we might see another drop collision between Reckoning and MOGO themselves. I want to see if Godlike would also want to drop there or not.
Hey, but you know what? Those questions will be answered soon, considering the plane's gonna hit the skies once again for the second time on the last day of the Grand Final, starting all the way from Camp Bravo towards Ruins. And this plane flat path is perfect for every single team that's currently playing in the fray. And as we know, teams are not going to be struggling at all moving towards their designated drop location. There's a high chance we might see another peaceful start.
But that's something that none of us love, let's be honest. We want chaos, we thrive in chaos. Every single team out here, they kind of like chaos as well, and that's one of the main reasons why we see so many early fights in the power play. Carnival Gaming dropping towards the area of south of those ruins. I want to see if there's any other team who would want to target them, but hey, it seems like a date with destiny is set. iQOO Seoul and Global Esports dropping towards Camp Alpha.
Oh, this is going to be a hell of a fight. Once again, it happens on the most critical point of the tournament. On the last day, in the second game, iQOO Seoul up against Global Esports, and both of them dropping towards Temple as there's another drop collision towards Bootcamp. WSP, they're already losing out on the man number, and it's not looking too fluid for the boys just yet. Team Xpark, they easily wipe out the entirety of WSP. They come out on top. Exactly what Team Xpark needed.
Absolutely. Now WSP have got absolutely no chance on the podium, but right now we move in over as Arcelin is the man who will be confirmed to iQOO Seoul. Couple of players just behind that one rock, but they get another knock. And it's all down to just one player as Ninja Boy and Slug will also be confirmed. Beautiful start for iQOO Seoul as they wipe out the entirety of Global Esports. This area of Temple has become their burial ground.
iQOO Seoul once again strike down Global Esports in that spot and proving that they're the one who truly deserve to be there. This is the second time it happened in BGMS Season 3. And iQOO Seoul, they have wiped out Global Esports. But luckily enough for Global Esports, it's going to be a rehost.
Oh my god.
But iQOO Seoul, that blows. Those were 8 points to start things off. Even for Team Xpark, they had 8 points. But I guess maybe those were some issues going on with those two teams where they were not able to fight back properly. We want to make sure that the competition ends on an equal note. We want to make sure everyone feels in their comfort zone. They're not facing any sort of issues. But for CG, this game holds too much of the value. Even for Godlike, they know they can easily make their pounds back in the top 3 with one solid game. iQOO Seoul, they're around in the top 3, but their spot can instantly be snatched away. Overall standings are way too fragile. But Carpediem, they're looking to breach inside of that top 3 as well. There's so much more to talk about. But for now, let's move on to a short break. We will be right back with the map of Sanhok.
Wow. Circle to search. Only on Android.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another day, another road, and we go. Arrive with a win, moving up, we know where to begin. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Another day, another road, and we go.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. 2x brightening power. With charcoal and vitamin C, deeply cleanses dirt and pollution to fight dullness for instantly bright skin. Garnier Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. By Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow.
The issues, they have been resolved, and now we're back once again, closer to that second game of the day. The Rainforest, they await the players to step on the grounds and start doing some bloodshed, because that's what matters the most. Wanting to take the advantage of the power play is something that everyone should do. But unfortunately, still too many teams do want to go for that chicken dinner, but so far, it's only been Team Tumulus who's came out on top 3 times successfully.
A team that reeks out consistency. You could also say that Team Tamilas, the most consistent team of BGMS Season 3, is finally now in the prime position to steal away that first place. But another team that is also doing in for the exact same thing is going to be Team iQOO Seoul, who will eventually take against these foes, Global Esports, on that Camp Alpha yet again. I want to see how the flight path will look like to finally witness that collision yet again. Because one time, iQOO Seoul did not go there, but this time they definitely did. Yes, winning out on that, but apparently the game being rehosted is something that should not matter to them, because out of the 2 times, they have won both of them.
Let's have a look at the overall standings. Entity there on the 2nd spot, while CG is maintaining that 1st spot, but with just 10 points in the hand. Slowly and steadily, that lead is being compromised as we move on to the latter half of the board, and Global Esports is on the 12th spot, and Xpark on the 11th, and Reckoning Esports on that 10th spot. And it really hurts to see these legendary teams on the latter half of the board, but something went wrong in the grand final start. That's all we know. Day 1, Day 2 wasn't theirs, but maybe Day 3's Game 2 can be, as the game's gonna begin in a few moments, as the plane's gonna hit the skies once again, and the plane flat path begins all the way from Camp Charlie towards Cow. This plane flat path once again is perfect. Teams can easily move on to any end they want.
Are we still going to see that collision? The date with destiny. Is it set yet again as Carnival takes the first exit to move in over down south of those ruins areas? We've also seen Godlike taking that early exit too. Entity will move over towards the eastern path just like they love. Where is iQOO Seoul? Where is Global Esports? iQOO Seoul have taken that drop, but is GE with them? There's the big question.
It's WSB and Team Xpark dropping towards boot camp, and the answer is going to be yes. And Global Esports and iQOO Seoul, yes, they're going for another fight towards the temple area. But will it be Global Esports being buried this time, or will it be the opposite side of the spectrum? Anyone can come out on top. Even Global Esports, they hold a lot of potential, but just the previous time, It's once again the players of WSB to be eliminated from the game as soon as the game even begins. It's the same thing repeating itself. Feels like deja vu.
I mean, it's basically the same thing for Xpark. Potato, potato. But on the other side, though, it seems like a couple of players from iQOO Seoul this time have decided to drop in for a split. It's a 2-1-1 split. Joker, Manya, the Knuckle and Ronnie together. So they're not really going in for that engagement against Global Esports. But on the other side, though, Reckoning this time around, fighting it off against the members of Raven, who are struggling to find that consistency, while Reckoning started the game in such a solid note, and they find another pick on Aim God.
Oh my god, Global Esports and iQOO Seoul, they did not move in towards that temple spot. I mean, it's only Global Esports dropping towards that temple, while iQOO Seoul, they have spread themselves out quite wide apart from each other. Manya towards Hatin, you've got Joker towards Camp Alpha, and the Knuckle on that southern side of that island, dropping on those individual compounds. Reckoning Esports up against Raven Esports. This will be an incredible fight too. Reckoning Esports, they found themselves in the advantageous side of things, but KSR7 gets knocked out by the foes. Godlike, they do put an end to One Blade story, at least for now, but they're taken down to a two-man squad.
It's Ghana and Sarkar remaining, and they do not have even a single finish in their hands. The struggles of One Blade still continue. The players being picked apart, but that's exactly what's happening to Raven as well as Hulk falls. No more change of forms for this man, as the Dr. Banner has been pushed to rest right now, and it's Hanzo, the man, the ninja, the myth, the legend, to try and somehow pull something off. He's got the DBS in the hand. Pretty solid weapon up for that close range, but Molotov's going to stop the push for a while for Reckoning, but now they're going to try and take that pounce.
Yeah, utilities are doing heavy damage against Hanzo, and now he's also getting approached. Pulls out the DBS once again, and he holds that angle. I thought he might be able to strike someone down. That's why I paused for a moment. But then he gets striked himself. He was holding a really good angle, by the way, too. But yeah, Reckoning Esports just on point with that surrounding awareness. Perfectly done. As Godlike now on top of that hill, they're not going to be having a lot of loot to play around with. That's why Godlike, they were there like vultures. They took a look on exactly what's going on, realized the fact that Reckoning Esports, they wiped out the opponents like it was an easy piece of cake, and then Godlike, watching all of that, just backed away.
Not moving closer. Though I really wanted to see this team try to take the aggressive approach too, because if you look at the point difference between where Godlike is and where Carnival is, that's 40 points.
Aggressive approach, and iQOO Seoul wants to take it against Global Esports. As Arsalan ejects outside of the vehicle, we'll drop in towards that compound. Still want to get that extra bit of loot topped off and feel a little bit better inside of the game. Do not want to lack out on that loot and meds right when it matters the most. They do not even have proper loot. Not even any vest, not even any helmet. As Xpark, they collide against Godlike. This will be the fight of the Giants. Jonathan and Punk is knocked out. Even Xpark, they've taken equal amount of damage as Prey God's knocked out next to his teammate. Shadow 7 and his teammate are still up in life. It's a 2-on-2 fight as Admino is up close and personal with that nade. And if he connects this nade perfectly onto Shadow 7, the advantage instantly swings back in the hands of Godlike. Z-God closes on up towards his teammate as he wants to get the revival back up onto the Fallen Man, and he will be able to do so with these.
First revival has been given by Xpark, so they will get their fourth man back on his feet as well, faster than Godlike. That's already a big man advantage coming in for their side. And Sarang is still here. He's still kicking. That means it's going to be even big threat. Can Godlike survive this is the big question, because if they do, they've got an opportunity to move up forward. If they don't, then Team Xpark will have a big buffer with the 16 points and then come even closer to that top 3.
Both the teams back up to the square zero. They have their 4 players alive once again in the game. Looking to cook a little bit more. Godlike on the opposite side. While you talk about their opponents, Team Xpark, Ninja Jawed, they're around the fray too. They have sort of signed a peace treaty, sharing the same compound, but it's way too early to do so.
There's Reckoning and OG close by. So the stalemate is kind of providing you that fake sense of security too. As soon as the fight will break out, both of these teams can decide to pounce on for a third party. We have seen what happens after that though, but something is being cooked up by Punk. Literally and metaphorically.
Not a big fan of this. The game just started, and that too with a stalemate. Power play is going to run out soon. You should try and take the advantage of it. You've only got 50 seconds in the hands before the power play runs out. And if you manage to get the squad wipe, that's going to be 8 points instantly in the bag. And I'm pretty sure both these teams do realize the same thing, and that's why the smokes are being tossed in. They want to cross on over to the opposite side. Godlike soon, they've got a storm approaching them. And Godlike, you can see the players instantly being unsettled too. They do not know how to deal with this. Utilities being tossed on the opposite side as it's going to find the opener. Team Xpark, they ran thin on the patience, and Godlike, they played the defense perfectly.
And that's the second one as well, because I mentioned about OG for the third party as Atanki and Aru. They've stolen away those picks, at least one of them. Sarang gets confirmed by Jonathan. Nade being exchanged. Chips down, Z got a bait, but Shadow being brought down on his feet. Can't stand his ground whatsoever, will have to bow down to the gods on the other side as Ninja Jot being fired upon from the other direction. This is horrible for Xpark.
Admino's got the perfect angle, but there's also another theme with the third party. It's OG around that fray. They have set up a nice camp. And now let's see how Team Xpark or their foes, Godlike, deal with this entire moment. OG, they're the one with the advantage. This third party will definitely come into fruition. OG's just waiting for a few more knocks to happen here and there, and then they will crash on towards the compound. That's definitely going to happen.
But that's not the only thing that is about to happen too. There's also Reckoning Esports around the fray. We're also just scouting out the area, confirming that there's no other team who will backstab them. But the power play is over, so no more double points now. It's all going to be just the singles. But it seems like OG wanted to steal away a finish. Were they able to? Seems like yes. Xpark only have one member remaining, and that's going to be Ninja Jot.
Yeah.
Big blow.
Xpark, they managed to get 8 finish points so far, but that's all they got. Well, Godlike with 6. Live and cooking inside of the game with all the 4 players, so that's a really good thing. A great start for the boys, but unfortunately, I wanted to say the same thing for Team Xpark, but they've lost out on too many players. And just this one single pillar left alive, I don't think so it's going to do a lot. Atanki spots out one of the mans of CG just strolling by, and he connects a lot of those bullets. Hector's is now way too low, and he's still looking to back away from that spot. Hector will find a clear, rotate away from this entire area, but now Atanki gives his position away with that spray. And now CG knows exactly what's cooking around them.
Will be able to take control of the spot that they like. iQOO Soul tanking the blue, while Global Esports already moving in over towards boot camp, where Team Tamilas are in the close by. We might see the fight break out there. Brother Atanki taking a lot of the shots from the far away hill, and it's Reckoning Esports who actually have got the vision onto the man.
I really want to see the boys of Xtreme do something incredible in this game. It's been a while since we've seen Xtreme on the victorious side too. Get a chicken dinner maybe. The Sanhok can indeed be the table turner for a lot of these teams. If Global Esports get a beautiful chicken dinner in their hands, it can be even better because Global Esports' stats so far on the map of Sanhoks, they have been really nice.
हॉट चेयर में मेरे साथ जुड़े हुए ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स के जेडी। देखिए, मैं बहुत जल्दी एक सवाल पूछता हूँ आपसे। कभी फाइट होता है, कभी फाइट नहीं होता iQOO सोल के अगेंस्ट? प्लान होता है या सिचुएशनल होता है?
वेरी सिचुएशनल मैचेस जो डिसाइड करते हैं टीम मैच के पहले, जैसे देखा था अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हुआ था फिर नहीं हुआ. इट ऑल्सो डिपेंड्स ऑन बोथ द टीम्स हु यू नो पॉइंट टेबल में कहाँ पे हैं एंड व्हाट इज़ द माइंडसेट गोइंग इनटू. आज फाइनल डे है, आई थिंक दोनों टीम ने रिस्क लेना नहीं समझा. फिर
देखिए, आपका स्लोगन है जी फाइटिंग, एंड आई थिंक वो डोमिनेशन सर्वाइवल में दिखा, लेकिन ग्रैंड फाइनल में थोड़ा नहीं दिख रहा है क्योंकि 12वें स्थान पे चल रहे हो अभी आप.
वेल कुछ हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं नया. द टीम इज़ ट्राइंग. आई डोंट थिंक उन्हें फ्लो पकड़ा अभी तक, बट एवरीवन इज़ अ वेरी यंग टीम एंड फ्लो पकड़ेगी एंड दे विल बी ऑलवेज फाइटिंग.
देखिए, ये फ्लो पकड़ने में आई थिंक बहुत देर ना हो जाए क्योंकि मैच आई थिंक इसके बाद सिर्फ 2 बचे हुए हैं.
आई मीन इधर भी लर्न, हम या तो जीतते हैं या तो सीखते हैं, तो आई थिंक सब चारों बॉयज़ के लिए बहुत बड़ा लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस हो गया है.
चलिए, कोई नहीं, यहाँ लर्निंग चल रहा है, बट बैक टू स्टूडियो.
too late and too deep to learn. Global Esports, now it's time for results. If they do not deliver the results, well, you will be done and dusted from this tournament. But as the man himself mentioned too, you either learn or you either win. So, that's one way to put it, man.
The positive attitude is what matters. But honestly, if not for the rehost, Global Esports would have lost all the chance to move in the podium. Because they did lose out on that duel early on against iQOO Seoul. So this time, the peace treaty between the teams. Though Global Esports never back off from that fight. They still dropped in from at the exact same area. It was iQOO Seoul who moved away. But right now, all the other teams are slowly and steadily moving inside of that circle. As Orangutan, Godlike, they've left out the stalemate that they normally had. Team Tamilas as well, trying to capitalize on that north, but Pukar firing a few shots. Finds the members of Reckoning Esports. There's also 8-Bit and Entity close by. There's so many teams playing so close to each other. There's only one thing that I wished, and that was to not see a slow Sanhok. Yes, my fish is not being fulfilled.
Your fish?
Wish.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I heard my fish is not being fulfilled. I was like, what? Hold on.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's why I was like, wait, what? But yeah. There's a lot of wishes, man. Imagine Godlike fans wishing that their team wins. You've also got iQOO Seoul's fans wishing that their team wins.
True.
And we're wishing to see a lot of entertainment on the last day. We want to see a lot of fights. It was a quick burst of fight towards boot camp, but then after that, it's been nothing. And once again, a peaceful start to another game of Sanhok. So uncharacteristic. This map is supposed to make these teams collide against each other. It's supposed to force these teams to fight against each other. And CG's Hector, he makes a rookie mistake. He has no clue of the surrounding, and Global Esports, they find the exact moment they wanted to strike.
Beautiful pick coming in from Global Esports. Hector was caught lacking a bit, and with that, he was confirmed as well. Quite a lot of audience out there this time around. I reckon who they are actually supporting though. I guess they got the information that they're being shown on the stream.
Yeah. It's like a little watch party that's going on, right?
Yep.
It is going on near the arena, by the way. Nice spray for Arsalan, but it was just a spray, no connections. So that's going to be not too good.
Oh!
Arsalan's out in the open too, and it's time for Team Tamilas to hit back. And they hit back too, but instead, the elimination is being stolen away by the boys of OG, of course. They get their hands on a few here and there, scrap points. OG's gonna feel good after that. Beast instantly lies prone. He's taking too much damage upon himself, and what a spray that was! Beast, how does he even spot Wizjod? I did not even see any movement.
Yeah, Wiz was actually running in from that, and he just traced the bullet tracers where they came from and figured out where Wizjod was. That is phenomenal from the boy. This young lad is out of his mind. Couple of players out of this lobby for Global Esports now. Taking a lot of those shots and fires from all different directions. As Goblin now trying to answer back for what they did to Hector.
Yeah.
Global Esports paying in installments to multiple teams.
Global Esports is getting picked off from all the different directions, as you mentioned. They're being fired from all different directions, considering the boys are way too vulnerable out in the open. They must have a lot of loot to play around with, nothing taken away from that, so Global Esports might just be feeling good for now. But OG, even for them, they need to move inside of the zone and leave that safety ground soon. Team X-Park, they have been successfully eliminated from the game. They get no placement point, but decent amount of finish points to at least keep themselves in that race. But they still need a 30 bomber to bring themselves back in the top 4.
That 30 bomber will also get them to 79. The top 5 begins at 81. That's a big problem. Never mind. The 8 points that they got right now will also be added, so that's 85. They can actually, but here's the thing, and here's the big problem. If any of the teams on the latter half want to move up top, they would have to target the teams who are in the top 4.
Listen, target, all of that is fine. Just take advantage of the power play, man.
Exactly.
That's all you need to do. in the stage 1, try and hunt down as many teams as possible, get as many points as possible. And we've been witnessing the same thing over and over again, where the teams are not doing so, man. And we have been saying this over and over again, that try and get as many finish points as possible in the stage 1 itself. And the teams are shying away from the fights.
True.
Imagine if bounty system was over here. Oh my god. It would have been so crazy. The top 4 teams having a big target in their back. It would have been intense.
That might have been a situation where we would have seen the greatest comeback in BGMI. But for now, iQOO Soul, this team is now being picked apart in the crossfire, being destroyed by God's Reign. You wanted their comeback, and they're showing their comeback against the top team.
iQOO Soul, 2 players strike down instantly as soon as the fight begins. As Knuckle gets devoured. And I wanted to see the players of God's Reign start off in a fiery note, and that's what they're exactly trying to bring on the board. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but even they need to face off against 8-Bit, and that's where 8-Bit, they've got the man advantage. But unfortunately, Mighty gets strike down. Another team stepping in the fray. For 8-Bit, things not working out as usual. It's Reckoning Esports who's taking shots against them. There's too many teams around this fray, my friend.
Because Carpediem are fighting against the members of Godlike. If I'm not wrong, they've already managed to take one down. I believe that was Punk. That's a big problem coming in for the side of Godlike fans, because they do have 7 points, but they still need a few positions coming in. And 8-Bit now, they're also having their eyes stuck on the members of Reckoning. The Wolves now could be hunted too, as they are taking blows from the other side. Aditya has got a massive job on his back.
Pulls out the shotgun, realizes he's getting pounced on. 8-Bit, they've already been struggling in their firefights, and I guess the same thing's going to happen once again. They don't stand a chance against Reckoning Esports. They collide against the Wolves, and the Wolves, they rip them apart. But Reckoning Esports, now it's time for an uphill fight. The advantage in the hands of God's Reign, and God's Reign have been one of those teams that has been reigning supreme sometimes in these fights. For God's Reign to face off against a team that is quite good in their firepower, but sometimes when it comes to tactics, Reckoning Esports lack. And that's where God's Reign can outrule the players of Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning Esports, they've got the man advantage, so they can try and go for the trade game.
There's also Entity down south of them, so they've got to be very wary about them. But Godlike pouncing on the members of Carpediem for now. Pukar has suffered a big blow, and this blue is going to move in the next 5 seconds too, and this is where it's going to move very fast.
Oh, this push from Carpediem. It's going to be super crucial for them too in the race. And what a beautiful nade that was from Z-God. Now pulls out the TBS up against Gamla Boy, and he's trying his best to get as much cover as possible. Z-God gets strike down eventually, and Admino is getting backstabbed over and over again. Admino wrapped up in a sheet, sent back to the lobby. Carpediem, they're the one to come out on top in that fight, as Godlike was also getting backstabbed from a different amount of teams. But Carpediem, with a 3-man squad, they need to move inside of the zone. We'll make that just a 2-man squad as Max Payne bleeds to his death.
Big problem coming for Carpediem themselves. They need this game. Reckoning have decided to shy away from the fight over towards with God's Reign, and now are trying to take in against the members of Entity. Carnival Gaming suffering. Only Goblin, the last man remaining out there in the open, as Fury goes in for that spray down against the players of Entity.
Equinox is knocked out. And look at what Reckoning Esports are doing. They do realize one man's the casualty for now, but they're not letting that hold them back. Nicely done by Dynastis. Great catch onto Raiden. Raiden gets instantly devoured. Reckoning Esports, they're doing so good in this game. They've got so many finish points. It's crazy. And Reckoning Esports, they're not stopping anytime soon. Even Stromraj gets strike down. Toy's there in the front lines, and Toy will get the finishing blow onto Dynastis. Reckoning Esports, their backs are against the wall. Too many teams taking shots against them. It's also from the front. It's also from the back. Reckoning Esports do not know what to prioritize.
That's a big problem, and this is the main reason why we are seeing so many teams struggle, is because there's just the humongous number of teams remaining that you're being shot from multiple directions. Right now, Fierce sees one person, tries to go in for a big blow as well, tries to take down the player with the last bullet. Will manage to get the knock on Mr. IGL, but he's out in the blue, cannot get the confirmation, as he'll be picked off, finished apart by the game itself.
Team Tamalas in the most critical position right now. 2 players lost out. They want to get the revival back onto the fallen 2 players, but is that really possible? They also need to prioritize the play zone in the front. It's MOGO Esports, One Blade, Reckoning Esports. You've also got God's Reign and Entity in the fray. There's too many teams looking to get a better spot in the safety lines, and Team Tumulas, they need to be a little bit more quick on that rotate. They're up to a 3-man squad, which is really important, and this 3-man squad from Team Tumulas can also wreak chaos in the lobby. MOGO Esports, all the 4 players now looking to pounce on top of the prey, which is going to be the name of One Blade, and MOGO Esports, they're dishing a lot of damage against the boys too. One last man from One Blade, that's going to be the name of Sarkar, and he's positioned himself in the corner. Justin knows exactly where the last man is too, but then Justin is getting striked from the back lines. It's Godlike who jump in the fray, and Phantom strikes down 2 players.
Timing is impeccable as this team gives a slither of hope. But can Godlike actually do it is going to be the big question. It's Reckoning, MOGO and Godlike as the last 3 remaining. Reckoning only have got 1 man, that's Hunters. And he was also wrapped up for that one. Entity have lost themselves too. Big game for both of these teams. The circle favoring the sides of MOGO, and they should be the one to close it out. The only question is, how many throwables do Godlike have?
MOGO Esports, a 3-on-3 fight. It's down to the equal grounds. MOGO Esports with the hard cover to play with, while Godlike, they can't spread their wings a little bit more better. But Phantom gets caught out in the open. Even Fury's taken down way too low. MOGO Esports, it seems like the death blow is going to be on their name. They are here to hand it out to the players of Godlike. iQOO, utilities being tossed upon that one single man. Fury is still there in the back lines. He wants to provide that cover fire, but as soon as Fury peeks out, he's constantly taking that damage upon himself. These final 2 teams, MOGO Esports with the advantage, while Godlike's Fury can be the table turner, but iQOO needs to connect every single possible shot.
If only he had 1 nade, he could have thrown it in that compound to get it to knock, and he finds a
nicely done
to catch Justin out there, and it's down to Shogun and Destro.
Now Justin needs to be revived, and that's what Destro's gonna try to do. iQOO, he pre-fired that window, wanting to catch someone. If iQOO wants, he can make that pounce. He can definitely make that push towards the players. Justin's getting revived. Godlike and both the players, they need to reunite right here, right now. Fury, he topples his HP over. MOGO Esports once again back with the advantage, but now the zone's favoring the players of Godlike.
Exactly what I wanted to mention, that MOGO will have to move out of their covers, and they don't have any throwables right now to utilize. Maybe a few smokes, but they've got to send 1 body as the bait and the next 2 to cover.
A 2-on-3 fight. MOGO Esports once again back with the advantage. It's being stretched too much, but luckily enough, these are the final 2 teams, so they do not really have to worry about the third party anymore. MOGO taking their sweet little time. They know they need to push outside of this comfort zone, while Godlike waiting for MOGO Esports to push outside of this comfort zone. This push from MOGO Esports has to be phenomenal. It has to be so well coordinated. All the 3 players, they need to jump out at the same time. Destro is going to be the prime target in this fight. Slowly and steadily, the wall of death is closing on up as Justin is catching too much hurt upon himself. Even Godlike, their backs against the wall. MOGO Esports, they're choking slowly and steadily. Even Shogun falls down. Justin is taken down as well, and the last man will be eaten alive. Godlike, they rain their wrath on the lobby, and MOGO Esports, they have been devoured by the gods. They have been zapped outside the lobby, and this was the game that we all were waiting for. And I predicted this too. Godlike to win this game with a lot of finish points. Incredible stuff.
You have been asking for it, and we are witnessing it. Godlike finally, and I loved the high-low setup that both the players created. One of them sitting up, the second one just standing down. And as you mentioned, MOGO choked that up, but at the same time, Godlike clutched it beautifully.
I'm not sure why MOGO Esports are waiting for too long, but they should have peeked out much more early. Let's move on to the stage for now.
बहुत बातें हो रही हैं वेनम आईजीएल आप हैं 2 versus 3 वहाँ पे अगर आप नंबर्स देखें तो वो आपके अगेंस्ट थे ऑड्स वर अगेंस्ट यू लेकिन वहाँ से चिकन डिनर निकालना हाउ स्वीट इज दैट फीलिंग
वैसे 2 versus 4 था और मेरे को अंदर से भरोसा हो गया था कि ये दोनों निकालने वाले हैं मेरे को पता चल गया था कि निकाल देंगे ये तो अभी मतलब ये कमबैक बहुत पहले आना चाहिए था लेकिन अभी ठीक है आ गया और अपना बेस्ट देंगे जो भी रिजल्ट रहे अपना बेस्ट ही देंगे
देखिए आप टॉप 8 में बरकरार थे आज के दिन की शुरुआत के पहले लेकिन आपने अपना पहला चिकन डिनर निकाला है सो इट बेग्स द क्वेश्चन कि क्या आप अभी भी उस टॉप स्पॉट के लिए पूरी जी जान लगाने वाले हैं और इज इट अ लिटिल फर्दर आउट ऑफ रीच
वैसे मेरी टीम का ऐसा है कि मतलब 1% भी चांस रहता है ना तो ही बोलते हैं ये लोग कि ट्रॉफी आ जाएगी, हमारे पास आ जाएगी। और हम लोग मतलब ऐसी टीम भी नहीं है कि #5 #3 इसमें खुश रहें। पोडियम में हम लोग खुश नहीं रह सकते, तो हमें जीतने के लिए वो चीज़ है तो करना है अपने को। हमेशा कॉन्फिडेंट रहते हैं मेरे प्लेयर कि अभी भी जीत सकते हैं, कि एक 25 किल चिकन आ गया तो भी जीत जाएंगे, तो वो चीज़ रहती है।
2 मैप्स बचे हुए हैं और जीत से बढ़कर कोई नशा नहीं होता है। क्या अब हमें एक अलग रूप दिखने वाला है? आर यू जस्ट गोइंग टू गेट अल्ट्रा अग्रेसिव एंड बाकी सारी टीमों को आप रेडार पे लेने वाले हैं?
वैसे यहाँ सब टीम तो अच्छी हैं एंड हम मतलब अपना इतना बेस्ट सेटिस्फाइड हो जाएं कि भाई हाँ मैंने अपना बेस्ट दिया, किस्मत में नहीं था तो नहीं मिला, लेकिन अपना बेस्ट बस।
गॉड्स रेन और मोगो, इनके तार जो हैं वो इतिहास के साथ भी जुड़े हुए हैं, बट इट्स गॉड्स रेन दैट कम्स आउट ऑन टॉप ऑफ दिस मैप। बॉयज, व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दैट?
इंसानों की जंग में हम गॉड्स का क्या मुकाबला। रेन सुप्रीम।
What a game that was from God's Arena. They rained their wrath on the lobby, getting 13 finishes in that previous game, and add on a few more. One thing is for sure, they were moving fearlessly, just like our Philips One blade, handing out a lot of Nixon cuts though this time.
And that's unlike the Philips One
Yeah,
play.
exactly.
But yes, as you mentioned, this was a much needed chicken dinner for the gods themselves, and it seems like the BGMI gods also, they just gave them the blessing of the circle itself, because MOGO, they had the opportunity. They had 3 players and they could have just played for the trade game by pushing together. But God's Reign, with their patience, were able to secure this clutch one. And if I think so, bare minimum 23 points is something that they've already grabbed. And we can add in a few more power play points to maybe a 25-pointer banger for them.
Hands down. Let's move on and look at the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be the man himself, Dinosus from Reckoning Esports. Even Reckoning Esports popped off. Even these guys were moving fearlessly, just like our Philips One blade. Now moving on forward with 5 finishes racked up with 62% finish contribution. Looking pretty solid. Starts of the match on the screen. Phantom there with the best companion with 2 rescues. And you've got Fury with 5 finishes and 5 assists.
Absolutely phenomenal from this man. The only reason why Dinosaurs is actually the man with going all out is because he had additional knocks out there on the players. And as you mentioned, Reckoning were doing such a flawless job out there, and it seemed like they were just picture perfect. But you know what? Another thing is perfect, and that is going to be the outfit from Instinct First, our official fashion partner. And if you really want to grab an offer, it's on your screen right now. Make sure you grab that and grab the best Instinct First fashion merch possible. Instinct First fashion merch possible.
Gotta make sure you're saying it right. But yeah, I mean, moving on towards the 3rd game now. We know the pressure just keeps on rising up for the top 5.
Yes.
They do stand an easy chance to snatch that trophy away anytime soon, because the overall standings are now getting even more fragile. No one's able to build that lead on the top of the table. Even CG, the previous game was not that great for them.
Absolutely, just finding a few picks here and there, and then we're being picked apart on towards the northwestern side of that circle, if I remember correctly. Even Global Esports, they're facing so many struggles, man. This team was at one where I thought they would be the ones moving fearlessly throughout the map, but that is just not happening. But at the same time, I really like how the teams on the lower end are now stepping up.
Exactly, and God's Arena is one of those, right? Starting off the day, we all expected God's Arena to establish that comeback, but that's what is exactly happening. When it matters the most, God's Arena is now striking back the lobby. 13 finishes in that previous game. It says a lot about that team. They have been aggressive throughout this entire tournament, but just in the grand finals, unfortunately, that aggression was dialed down. They qualified directly from the league stage, and that in itself should speak volumes about this team's confidence. We move on towards the schedule. The upcoming game is going to be played on the map of Miramar, and this Miramar game should be aggressive one, because on the latter half of the board, a lot of teams should be giving up already.
Absolutely, but I really want to look forward to how Entity is going to play this map of Miramar. They really like to play it on a lot. We have clearly seen the points disparity. Entity loves it on Miramar.
Even
the
OG?
calling absolutely is phenomenal, and OG as well, as you mentioned, I was about to touch that point, that they also play pretty solid Miramar map. So the top of the table can try and use this one to solidify their lead.
I mean, 2 points were received by WSB and iQOO Seoul respectively, I guess because there were some issues going on in the previous game. So yeah, those are the compensation points. But moving on with the conversation, right? This Miramar game, hopefully it's going to be there on the equal ground. Especially speaking about OG, AKOP was the man who slapped back the lobby in great volumes. 9 finishes by this one individual player. And OG was instantly able to bring them back in that race somewhere in the top 3. And OG right now, they're not there in the top 3. So this game matters a lot.
Absolutely, and I remember, as you mentioned, AK was popping off. Reckoning was the one against whom he just went down, going on for that drop shot. It was absolutely perfect, and it seemed like the man had his game face on with the Garnier's men's face wash, and I have seen him in the washroom utilize that, and with that, he was able to quickly bring his A game back. Can he do it today? That's going to be a big question. We'll find that out after this short break.
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash with charcoal and vitamin C deeply cleanses dirt and pollution for instantly bright skin. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash by Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another day, another road, and we go. Arrive with a win, moving up, we know where to begin. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Arrive we go. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Another day, another road, and we go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. 2x brightening power. With charcoal and vitamin C, deeply cleanses dirt and pollution to fight dullness for instantly bright skin. Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. Try the #1 men's face wash in India by Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
What's the worst that could happen? What's the best that could happen? Philips One Blade. Move fearlessly. Innovation and you. Philips.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow.
As the games keep on passing by the latter half of the board, the chances they keep on getting lose and lose. Global Esports, they pretty much lost their chance to be at the first spot, but now it's time for them to maybe target a few teams on the top 3. Before we move on to the upcoming game, Google Play Days are live. Grab the best BGMI offers now.
You do not want to miss out on those offers, just like how these teams don't want to miss out on that first position. But let's have a look at the overall ranking itself, as this place is not at all solid. 105 for Carnival, 101 for Entity, and they are being closely chased by iQOO Soul, and then it's Team Tamilas 1 point behind them, and it's OG also in the vicinity. And then it's God's Reign with 84 points. They desperately needed this one.
One humongous game and God's Reign can instantly propel themselves in the top 2. And this game holds a lot of value, especially for God's Reign. It is one of those teams filled up with so many newer players, and God's Reign is here to make a lot of promises. And so far, they're also living up to the expectations. Started things off in a really banger note, God's Reign, and now in the grand finals too. They did not start off in that good of a note, but the ending is definitely looking pretty bang on.
Absolutely. You need to end things on a solid note, but for this team, for Entity, they would want to get that first position whatsoever, just 4 points away. And since we are starting on the map of Miramar, this could be the best thing for them. Make a big game and then also transition a decent game on the map of Erangel is something that they can really do to steal away that first position from Carnival Gaming. But Carnival, they themselves have been looking pretty solid on Miramar, I must say. They haven't really shied down a lot from those fights. And with the positioning callouts that Hector normally goes on with, I think so this team is also prime for that chicken dinner.
In the past couple of games, Carnival isn't really able to get a lot of the points flow in their account, but this game needs to be theirs. This game needs to be a big one for Carnival Gaming to build that constant lead and keep themselves pinned down in that first spot. Now it's going to be a race for the top 3. Who's going to be there on the first spot? But then on the latter half of the board, they will definitely try to dethrone someone. CG will be the hot targets, but you cannot rule out Entity too. They have been the hot targets in the eyes of Carpediem.
True, I mean they both like to drop in over towards the northwestern part around the El Pozo area, Trailer Park, and we have seen these teams duke it out against each other multiple times. Somraj will have to pull something out of the box to try and outsmart Pukar and the other players in the lobby itself, but I really want to look forward to how OG will perform, how Team Tamilas will perform, because again, they've got a few of the most wicked players as well. AKOP topping the charts with 61, but Fury is now not that far behind.
Fury as well closing on up towards that race, while Goblin is there on the 3rd spot with 55. Even Hunters is tied up with Goblin. Beast, unfortunately, not been able to perform in the grand finals that well. That's why his position is being dropped down even more. But Beast, even he can swing back to life if he gets one solid game in his hands. Maybe something like AKOP. Get 9 finishes in one single game and you can be instantly at the top. Miramar now is going to be on the screen as the plane's going to hit the skies once again on the deserty lands, and the plane flap pad starts all the way from Trailer Park towards Truck Stop.
Well, good luck if you want to drop down south towards Chumasar and Los Leones, because that is a territory where if you want to reach, you've got to fight it for a pit stop itself. But OG taking an early drop already over around the area of El Pozo, where we normally see Carpediem as well as Entity take that drop, but that's not going to happen this time around as Carpediem moves down south too.
You want to hear a really bad news?
Say.
The defending champions do not have a chance to defend their trophy anymore.
Ooh, I agree. MOGO are down in that leaderboard. Outside of that top 5, top 7 as well.
Yeah.
We're going to have a new champion, seems like.
We indeed are going to have a new champion. Would it be the new faces around the block, or will it be someone experienced once again prevailing in the Battlegrounds? Entity's way too close to that podium finish. You've also got CG topping the charts, but recently in the previous game, CG's performance has been dwindling. CG, they usually collide against One Blade towards Picado, but this time One Blade, they've got their own different intentions that they want to execute. Dropping on top of the place, Reckoning Esports towards Ella Hazar. This is now quite an interesting choice.
I mean, maybe they're just trying to ruin the game of Reckoning.
Look at Global Esports. Slug is all the way towards El Pozo, Arsenal's towards Stan Martin, and then Ninja Boys towards Hacienda del Patron.
And they're just having fun, I guess, at this point. They know that they can't really contest the top 3 positions whatsoever.
Oh my god, this is brilliant from Entity. Entity realizing the fact that they dropped collide against the players of Carpediem towards El Pozo. They did not drop in towards El Pozo this time. They dropped near water treatment.
But can Somraj pull in the similar rotations?
Oh my god, the zone forming on the opposite side off the planned fly path all the way down south. And CG will find themselves in the lucky shoes.
Absolutely. And 8-bit as well, since they're also moving in over towards Los Leones. You talk about MOGO, they're close by. I really want to see how all the other teams who are up north will decide to move in down forward, because you will have to collide with a few teams on the way itself. Chumasera entirely left open for anyone who would want to have their hands over there. Entity quickly taking up the vehicles now. The question is, where would they want to go? I don't think so. They've got enough amount of loot. And there's also iQOO Soul in La Cabrera. And you do not want to be spotted by iQOO Soul.
iQOO Soul is so close too, man. The overall standings, they're just way too fragile as the time keeps them passing by. Even Team Tamilas with 89 points. Team Tamilas as well can be a part of that crossfire, right? Even they can come under fire anytime. MOGO Esports was around the fray. Delta PG spots the players moving away from his spot. Team Tamilas, it's them. And Delta PG did not even go for a single shot against them. MOGO Esports is still dropping towards their main drop location. Interesting, they do not want to go for the early contentions. MOGO Esports, you should try something new, man. You have been playing the same way the entire time. It's time to test things out a bit more.
Because again, as you mentioned, they don't have an opportunity to defend their title right now. The only thing that they could try is probably for a podium finish on the second or the third place. That would only happen if they decide to play an aggressive, because no other team apart from Till God's Reign have got an opportunity to try and steal that first spot away, and that too if any one of them will get the chicken dinner in this one, or at least get a big amount of point boost by utilizing the power play. Godlike is also one of the teams which I really want to see on that aggressive end, because they are not that very close. They still have to cover a big leap. They've got to take a big leap, cover a huge distance. Look at Carnival Gaming. They quickly grabbed the basic loot from Picardo and are now riding down south around the area of Chumacera and Minas del Valle.
Yeah, because they realized the plane flat path was completely on the opposite side, right? Even if you do get your hands on the basic weaponry, you get your hands on the vehicles, you can instantly try and rotate down south, because all the lands will pretty much be uncontested, and that's what's exactly happening. CG, no matter what compound they find, it's going to be unlooted. They can easily drop there, loot there, and keep on carrying their journey up.
Talking about some upwards journey. Right now, one blade on the top right corner of the map towards Campo Militar. Now, normally this team would always drop Clash and Picardo, or it would try to target some of the other team. But in the second last game, they decide not to. Questions are popping in my mind, but maybe some of them can be answered by Reckoning and X-Park, as they are almost about to collide in El Azhar.
Even Raven Esports is around that fray. And Raven Esports, during the power play, if they want, they can try and go for a few more fights. I wanted to see some proper targeting moments, but that's not the case. We are not seeing any of the targets being executed.
True.
OG towards Chumacera, once again back to the basic rounds. As I mentioned, CGSNS, they get their hands on the basic weaponry and the basic loot. They move down south with the vehicles, and that's what they've done. Now they're going to hold on to that bridge for a long time of that Partona. As long as they're having those vehicles intact, that's all that matters. That will help them pull out a quick rotate. OG towards Chumacera still. I'm pretty sure the boys of Carpediem just want to find out the players of Entity. But Entity, they're playing it too smart.
Now they're moving over towards Trailer Park, but guess what? That area has been looted by the members of OG though. They moved into towards Chumacera too, taking that entire westward rotation. Not quite sure how much Entity would find there. But seems like Carpediem have found out where WSB are. So we can possibly see that contest, as Team Tamilas also now in Los Leones along with the members of 8-Bit. Team Tamilas pretty close by to that podium, literally 1 point shy. Just a few more from that first position. Can try and find the first fight against 8-Bit, and they have been winning out on multiple engagements against the same team.
Hands down. It's the opposite way around though, maybe. 8-Bit hasn't been able to win any fights. They have been struggling no matter what sort of a fight they take against whichever team. Team X-Park though, this time they start things off with a bang. Reckoning Esports losing out on their crucial player. Shadow 7 being able to find the first knockout blow. And then Reckoning Esports, even on the opposite side of the spectrum, they're taking heavy fire upon themselves. Keep this thing in mind, Reckoning Esports still could have been in the race. They just need another big game in their hands.
Spray God with the AUG in the hand. Immortal just all the way to the other side. Now, because the mountain was not rendered, Spray God knows exactly where Immortal is. So that's a big thing. Immortal, can he find something? Is the big question. Team Xbox seems to be like they're retreating from that fight. They're going over towards the other side now. Hunter's way too far away.
Team Xpark, Reckoning. Xpark wanted to chase down the players of Reckoning Esports, but they're way too far away now. It's way too late.
They see him.
The need for points, the thirst for points won't be quenched just yet. While Team Xpark, they still keep on spawning out the players of Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning Esports with no intention to stop just yet. Shots are taken from Ninja Jot. He's connecting a lot of those as well, and I think so soon a knock will be found. Reckoning Esports, they need to go for a pit stop somewhere, but Reckoning Esports just completely relying on their driving skills. They should mess up big over here, and that's what exactly happens. Reckoning Esports with a perfect trapping set up. They do come out on top in that initial engagement. Ninja Jot's knocked out, but then Team Xpark did reply back in a stronger fashion. Saran closes on up with that distance as Gravity IGL has got his hands on a nade. If this nade's been cooked to perfection, and if he tosses on the perfect time, then everything's gonna fall in the court of Reckoning Esports. The fight's now taken down to an equal ground, as Team Xpark were supposed to be the one on the advantageous side of things, but that advantage now has been taken away from them. And Gravity IGL is constantly tossing in those utilities. Shadow 7 wants to find that one single blow with the shotgun, but instead his position gets compromised. And Shadow 7 gets strike down. Team Xpark is losing out on the man number slowly and steadily, and Ninja Jot is trying to patch himself up from that fight. And he's got a lot of time to recover, but as soon as I say that, he gets taken down instantly.
Beautiful play by Hunters. First knocks Sarang on the stairs and then moves forward, but that's not where the action ended. It's Carpediem up against the members of Orangutan. The Apes are being picked apart. Teams are going blow for blow. Shotgun needs to be connected, and that's going to be the first one. Haru still not giving it up. Tries to go in for the confirmation as well. Can he find one more? Absolutely not is the answer, as Carpediem survives. And the Apes fall short with only 4 points in their name.
Carpediem shattering dreams of the Apes. Oh my god. And now for the Apes, the hard work just keeps on increasing. Only managing to get 4 points after this game. They're tied up with TT for now, but considering we're speaking of TT over here, the Burning Torch consistency, probably in this game too, they will get a really good placement with some decent amount of finish points.
They can also try and gather a chicken dinner for themselves with the way how they like to position. Decided not to utilize the power play, so that's a bummer. But it's absolutely fine if you still play your own game and are able to find in some good finishes, some good picks. Sticking back to the default play style. That's unconventional for WSB, as we normally see this team take a big head start. Either they bring us a beautiful game with big amount of finishes, or they're eliminated off the fray.
Team Xpark don't stand a chance.
Now they don't.
Let's be honest, right? Teams from 9th till 16th, realistically speaking, if you want me to be as real as possible, as a commentator, as an analyst, those teams don't stand a chance anymore. Only the top 8 will still have a chance if you're still alive in this game, by the way. If you're not alive in the game, well, then the chances are down even more.
True.
But if you want me to be hopium, then even the 9th till the 12th will have a chance.
For a podium finish, not the first one though, let's be honest. First is like just out of reach, first and second. You can try and dethrone the third one. Nothing apart from that. Because you need to have a 30-point banger, and we have not seen a single 30-point game in the grand finals or even in the playoffs. And the big reason for that is when the teams are fighting a lot, they just miss out on having the crucial position in the last few stages of the circle, and then are just sandwiched between a few teams, and they lose out on their duel. So they can't convert the early 20-point gamer to a 30-point chicken dinner with the 10 placement points.
iQOO's playing this one so slow. Still outside of the blue, tanking that damage. Stage 2 is being tanked. So yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure why the slow start is there from the guys, but Reckoning Esports turning the tables up against the players of X-Park, where we all thought that Reckoning Esports will be the one to fall to prey, but instead it was the opposite side. I thought Ninja Jot over here can go for the patch. He had a decent amount of time, but no, that was not the case. Instead, the players still kept on moving up, which is really impressive, by the way.
And even over towards the end, OG losing it out. You can see the frustration in AKOP. A big problem, a big bummer for the players. This team has got so much potential, and yet they fail to win a championship. And as you were talking about iQOO Seoul, right? This is the second game, to be honest, in which they are playing this slow. Even in the previous one of Sanhok, they tanked the blue for the first 2 stages.
You want to hear something crazy? The
Sure.
teams from 5th till 8th, the only way they stand a chance to be in that first spot is by making sure that the teams in the top 3 do not get a big game in their hands.
Yes.
Just get 4 to 5 points in this one single game. So that way, the other teams can still have a chance to make the comeback only if they get a big game in their hands.
And
but if they don't get that big game, well then, unfortunate.
And that's one of the main reasons why I've been mentioning that teams from 5th to 8th need to target the teams from 1st to 4th. Like, sign a peace treaty, decide which you want to target, take one of them each. And then you make sure that you finish them off while giving yourself an early buffer of 8 points. And also demolishing their game with 0. If that does not happen, there's no way these teams would be able to make it. Long range shots being fired by Hunters. This man is on fire right now. 3 finishes already in his hands. Trying to bully the players of one blade. And this is all the way out. Not in the safe zone whatsoever.
Yeah. Reckoning Esports colliding against one blade. Quite a weird fight, I'm not gonna lie. At this point in time, everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up. Whenever I see a circle pop up on the screen, that is being drawn with the help of the telestrator, one thing pops up in my mind. Do you know what it is?
That is?
Circle to search. I guess he's circling to search where the next circle is going to form.
Probably. I mean,
yeah, jokes apart. This game, if you try to analyze it properly, Carpediem, they've already spoiled a few dreams. One of them is OG. They wanted to spoil the dream of Entity 2, but Entity played it smart. But then you cannot really blame the players of OG 2, because who's going to expect a team just coming there like a maniac towards Chumasera that you've not faced ever in the past?
I mean, let's be honest, it's OG as well. They're choking up a few important fights, and it's not just today, even yesterday. They're just facing their final struggles yet again. The demons in their head are just getting the better of them. I love the way how Hector's given the call, looted the Picardo early on, and then quietly moved down south, and have been holding those compounds. They also confirmed that there's no one on that southern island either.
The only game that was aggressive was the first game. After that, everything's been super passive. The game of Sanhok started off in quite a passive note. Now this Miramar is quite passive too. We saw a quick burst of fights where Team X-Park was eliminated, even OG was eliminated, and a few individual blows here and there. Reckoning Esports losing out on that one individual man, while Carpediem lost out on 2 players as they collided against a big force like OG. I want to see a few more fights cook up. I want to see teams like Global Esports go back to the roots and the basic. With the way they were playing in the league stage, I want to see that same Global Esports back in the game.
I want to see the same 8-bit that we saw in the opening week. But it just seems to be the case that that's not happening. And let's be honest, these 2 teams have got nothing to lose. If you're looking to make an entry in the top 3, you've got to target the top 3 teams. and then get a banger 30, 35 point. 35 point is like too much to ask for, but a 30-point game for yourself. But none of that is just happening. It seems like every other team is just trying to play it passive. They're trying to play it safe in their own play style. That's a big bummer though. Circle. Where is it gonna take the next shift is the question. I go left.
On top of Chumacera, that's going to happen. If OG was still cooking in the game, they would have been in the most prime spot. But unfortunately, CD, they snatched this game away from them.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
OG fans, you know who to blame.
This was their game. This was 100% being cooked up as their game. At least in the top 5. But every single fight is important. It seems like there's one happening right now. A player just losing out on his own life. Seems like it was Gamla Boy from Carpediem. Or maybe he was taken down by the members of OG, so that's not going to be the case.
iQOO on the top left. You've got MOGO Esports on the northern side. Got Serene towards the off-centric spot. WSB in the smack center towards Chumacera. I'm not even sure what teams like WSB are expecting, though. They are trying to go for the chicken dinner play, but how much are you really going to get squeezed out of this last day?
20 for this game at least, if they get a 10 finish chicken dinner.
That is too much to ask for, especially when they did not even try to prioritize the power play. They will need to pick off 10 individual players. That's so crazy if you think about it.
True.
It is possible. I've seen this happen a lot of times in the past. But I still think they need 20 finishes in this game to be there in the race with ease. And Godlike striking down 2 players of Entity. Or it could have been 2. Luckily enough, 1 man ejected outside of the vehicle in the perfect time. Equinox is still there, and Jonathan closes on up. I think so Jonathan is getting too overeager in this fight. He's overcommitting. He might just end up exposing himself too much, but Equinox is constantly backing away. Entity, where's the cover? That's my question. They were playing this game so smartly, but this time they unfortunately outsmarted themselves.
Oh my god, Equinox just at the foothill. Patched himself up for the first aid, but he's got WSB in front of him. He's got Godlike on the back. Somraj has been taken down already. It's just Raiden who will remain, and he is nowhere close.
Oh my god, this disconnect. Entity played this game so passive, so safe, just to get picked off like this individually. And keep this thing in mind, Siege is still alive in the game with all the 4 players, and as long as they're in the game, there's a constant threat to the lobby that the championship will be snatched away by CG. CG needs to be forced out, CG needs to be taken down, and that's the only reason why CG is still playing so much in the outskirts. They do not want to be part of the action.
वेल सवाल बहुत अच्छे हैं मेरे पास और मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं मैं भी iQOO सोल के और मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि देखिए iQOO सोल की हमेशा से एक आदत रही है कि वो टारगेट देते हैं लेकिन अभी आप टारगेट का पीछा कर रहे हो ये क्यों हो रहा है
let's say that we are a bit unfortunate for the day. थोड़ा सा एक हल्का सा टेक्निकल इशू हमें पहले मैच में मिला था but glad that we got the compensation point but a single point and you all have seen that re-host जो हमें Sanhok में मिला and that match also was not really up to the mark in the terms of getting more points. But let's see. हमने पहले सीजन में भी आखिरी पॉइंट तक फाइट करी थी and we did it really well. So let's hope for the best. आखिरी पॉइंट तक फाइट करेंगे. अभी 2 और मैचेस बचे हैं. Even this match is also really good. अभी तक जोन हमारे फेवर में है and there you go. Destro is knocked down.
ये फाइट का प्रेडिक्शन बहुत जल्दी जाना चाहूँगा आपसे कि ये फाइट एकदम सर्कल के कॉर्नर पे है चौथा स्टेज चल रहा है क्या लगता है
I would say कि एक और जोन का शिफ्ट will be a decider one जो कि आने ही वाला है. But अगर जोन हमारे फेवर में आता है so conversion शायद उतना मुश्किल ना हो.
चलिए बैक टू स्टूडियो क्योंकि ये मैच थोड़ा इंटेंस हो रहा है.
I genuinely think the circle is going to shift up north too. So iQOO Soul might just be in the lucky shoes. It sort of does shift up north, but you can say it's much more of a centric shift. Probably an urban finish, but that's not going to be the case. Godlike is in the power point.
Godlike got a pretty solid position. But there are hills over to where iQOO Soul and Godlike are fighting. So this is the important fight. This is the crucial fight.
iQOO Soul up against the players of MOGO Esports, where even Shogun gets dropped down now. It's looking too dicey for MOGO Esports. Down 2 men, now taken down to just a 2-man squad. And iQOO Soul is constantly ripping them apart, shredding through their flesh. As Reckoning Esports, they collide against One Blade. Anonymous knocked out, Sarkar close and personal. The ECAM shots are taken against him, but eventually from the back it will be CG's Goblin to strike down the player. One Blade, down 2 men, Anonymous and Sarkar. Someone needs to claim those finish points. As Reckoning Esports, they will hand out the death blow.
But they've already lost 2 players. Carnival can pounce on them. They definitely have got the opportunity to try and steal few of those picks away, as Carnival is full form and strong, as Hunters will now try to go in for that retreat. Gravity IGL can be finished off and Hunters runs out in blue. Gravity has been taken down, but there's also Team Tamilas in close by, which now will eventually take the fight against Carnival Gaming, and this is going to be an important fight for the southern end.
Team Tamilas tossing out a few utilities to try and stop the players of CG, because they know CG, they've got the wind in the sails for now. And it is also one of those teams that is currently leading the pack, leading the charge in the overall standings.
Power.
With 2 finish points acquired so far, CG, they have gotten 107 points in total. And Team Tamilas is not that far behind in the overall standings too, but they constantly need to get more points. That's where Team Tamilas sort of failed when it comes to the eliminations. They're focusing too much on the placement points.
Right now, Carnival as well backing off from the fight, and that's a mature decision. Not a good place to fight at whatsoever. Hunters is the only one remaining for Reckoning. He'll try to grab some of the placement points, as Punk was spotted out in the open, knocked down, and will be confirmed as well. iQOO Soul now creating havoc on this northwestern end. You cannot move anywhere closer to that area.
I told you Godlike is in the power point. They've got the prime position pinned down for themselves as Godlike. They try to make their entrance in the urban areas of Chumacera. They should be able to get themselves quite a decent spot. They find themselves a nice apartment to play around with. A full building in their hands. There's so many windows you can try and peek out from, so many possible angles you can't come up with. But the opponents, they're not rookies. They're not going to give you picks just like that. Carpediem, the fact that this team is still live and cooking inside of the game with a 2-man squad is just mind-boggling to me.
It's just Carpediem doing their own things. A little bit too late now, but finally Carnival Gaming jumping against the members of WSB. They've been struggling in their fights, and his power finds a beautiful knock onto Gods, and that was the important one. Neo moves in a little bit too close. As Zaref, can he find the pick? Will absolutely do. The confirmation will flow right after it. No one to provide the cover fire whatsoever. His power was busy patching himself up, but it's only just one last man remaining.
A punch in the gut, and CG's Goblin, he will be strike down.
Oh my god.
WSPs slowly and steadily clawing their way back in the fight. But as soon as I say so, S-Power comes in with a beautifully cooked nade, and he strikes down that man. But CG, they've already taken too much damage upon themselves in that one individual fight. And now S-Power, he's got everything on his back next to Hector. But luckily enough, Hector's still alive in the game. That's the IGL. He can make the prime callouts.
S-Power is the man who's popping off right now. He's got 3 finishes already in his name.
But I don't like the disconnect between Hector and S-Power. They need to reunite right here, right now.
That
the circle shifts in towards the urban area. I thought it's going to move outside of the urban area, but instead it shifts in towards the city, and Team Tamilas once again in the advantages and the high ground spot.
You may never know how this team always finds themselves in these situations, but they do. God's Reign, who had a good compound, will now have to breach in between multiple teams. There's also Global Esports, and the Fires squads are always in front of them, but all too trying to survive for as long as possible, just keeping the hopes of his team alive, as 8-bit is wiped out. On the other side, on the other fray, his power is just making himself known. But look at the position of Hector. Manti, he's so dead.
Oh my god, spray comes in. Hector whiffs everything. He took so much time as well to position his crosshair. He eyed out the opponent properly first. Then he properly calculated where he wanted to position his crosshair, depending on the sway and the bounce of the weapon. He went for that spray. So many calculations. And then the answer was wrong. Pretty much me in my maths test. But iQOO Soul still live and cooking in the game. CG as well. The same thing can be said, but CG, they do not really have the manpower. So CG now, they will need to be the betas in the game.
I think so. CG can just play in for the survival game right now.
Exactly as I mentioned. Be the betas.
Exactly. You've got 7 points already in your own favor. There's just so many players around you. Try and gather a few scrap points left, right, and center. But Fury right now is just wreaking havoc. Mr. IGL as well from Team Tamilas. They're all just firing on to all of the members who tried to move in. And with that, Global Esports, they are a goner from the lobby.
One thing is for sure, Godsreen, they're making their presence being felt in the lobby. Godlike three-man squad still live and cooking inside of the game as they need to try and close on up to the zone. And the circle once again centers on up. Entity Gaming in the prime spot. Carpediem looking pretty good too. And Carpediem, the fact that they're still in contention, they still can win the chicken dinner. As I mentioned, it just keeps on boggling my mind. But from the top, it's going to be Team Tamila showering down so many bullets. So if any of their team is going to be exposed, they're screwed.
I think so. Espower would also be screwed as well. The question is, who takes this southern part and under their control? It's Team Tamilas up against the members of iQOO Soul. And look at where Mr. IGL and Manti are positioned. Fox, Manti, Maxi will move in. And then Mr. IGL will provide the cover fire. But they've got to be wary about Raven's aim god. But for now, Manya has been taken down. And it's MOGO who are actually striking them down as Manya gets confirmed too. Delta ruining the game for iQOO Soul. And this could be the most disastrous result for them.
Godlike. They have crossed on over. This is quite a successful move from Godlike. 3 players, Admino, Jonathan, Z-God, standing next to each other. Godlike in the front, it's going to be the players of Entity. In the side, it's Carpediem. Unfortunately for Godsreen, they were making their presence felt in the lobby, but then Altu gets caught in mid-rotate.
Big problem because he's in no position to be revived either.
Yeah, down to a 2-man squad, and Godsreen, they find another flawless rotation. The fallen man can be back upon his feet, but Godsreen, they need to make sure that their eyes and the sights are being covered from the opposite side. And now looking at Godsreen, they're constantly tossing the utilities against Team Tolis. And what a nade this is! Phantom, what was that? He did not even know Manti was there, but he still tossed that nade, and it found the perfect connection.
Oh! Finally, Espower has been taken down as well. Fox in US position 2. Carnival Gaming, only 7 points. Entity is still close by. They can steal a few points away. iQOO Soul, Team Tamilas constantly changing their positions to 3rd and 4th. Depending on who gets how many picks. But Godsreen, they've got a good opportunity. They did get the man back on his feet too. So it is still a doable fight, as on the other side is where all the other players will fight. Manti has been taken down by iQOO Soul. This could be the help that Godsreen needed.
TT after this game, they're going to propel themselves on the first spot, hands down. Or either Godsreen can try and make sure that TT is feeling their presence and constantly inject that poison against them. Godsreen now, they need to be the god of war. They need to be Kratos themselves. Take down anyone that stands against them. Rip through them. Carpediem still in the back, playing that patience game as Aquinox. He has been handed out the death sentence. And now from the back, it's the players of Carpediem 2 who would want to be engaging in the fights.
Oh my god. Entity, as you mentioned, since they were taken down as well, this early spot could be now contested for Entity, depending on the amount of placement points that they've received. iQOO Soul, 8 points already in their hands. They've got such a solid ground, but the circle has shifted away from them. Like moving up, but they've got open grounds in front of them.
It's raining bullets on Godlike and Carpediem. What can they even do? Carpediem has tossed out a smoke trail. They want to move in closer to that safety line, but first they need to face off against Godlike. And Godlike, they need to face off against iQOO Soul, which is next to impossible. Godlike are pinned. They cannot make it out alive from that spot, but iQOO Soul, they cannot tunnel vision on that one single fight just yet. Godsreen constantly doing so much damage against the foes in the front. Utilities being tossed against them too. Team Tamilas' manpower is taken down to a 2-man squad. Godsreen with a 3-man squad now looking pretty formidable, and they can strike down the players of iQOO Soul. That's what they're exactly doing. iQOO Soul down to a 2-man squad. Knuckle and Joker. These 2 players, they do pack a lot of punch, but you're speaking of Godsreen over here. This team has been the bounty hunter in the league stage.
And they are finally starting to show the same power. Godsreen very well can try and find a few more picks, but they've got to be wary of Team Tamilas. Oh my god! most beautiful and the most impactful nade that we've ever seen in BGMS Season 3.
Godsreen making the right choices every single time. You put two options in front of them, and Godsreen is always making the right choice. This game of Miramar, it's a date with destiny for Godsreen. And after this game, they will be in the top 2 as well. They will snatch that spot away from Entity or either CG. Carpediem's Pucar is still there in the game, constantly going for that mid strat, but I don't think so that's even gonna matter. Carpediem, they're way too down south in the overall standings. While for Godsreen, Godlike, and iQOO Soul, this game means everything. Pucar strikes from the back, shuts down Mino, and Jonathan is now just keeping his position anonymous. Does not want to reveal his spot just yet. iQOO Soul slowly and steadily dropping down in the man number as Joker's the casualty. Altu there in the clotheslines, and now the duel's taken down a one-on-one, and what just happened? Knuckle takes down 2 players single-handedly, and he keeps his team cooking in the game, alive in the game. He can get the revival back on his fallen teammate. Joker is still in the back lines. It's taken down to a one-on-one. Godlike versus iQOO Soul. Every fan's dream to witness.
The most beautiful engagement you could see, and both of these teams are desperately needing this chicken dinner, but it's gonna become a 2-on-1 as Joker will be revived. You've got time. The blue will move slowly and steadily now. It will close out entirely, and Jonathan is in a disadvantage. He's just looking up, praying at the same time, hoping that someone jumps in his crosshair as he can hear all those footsteps as iQOO Soul are slowly and steadily playing the game of patience.
They've got the man advantage. They do not need to lose their patience anyways. They've also got the high ground advantage in the fight.
It's their game.
It is. Wait it out for the zone to play its game, and Jonathan will slowly and steadily suffocate to his death. That's probably the main gameplay.
No first aid kits around him as well. No crates around him.
They do not know the exact position of Jonathan. That's the main issue. Now they know. I'm pretty sure Knuckles spotted Jonathan. And Jonathan has got the same feeling too. Look at them. They have divided themselves into 2 different spots. On the left is Joker, on the right is Knuckle. If they take the leap at the same time, then Jonathan will be confused who to target.
True.
This will be quite a brilliant move, and I think so that's what iQOO Soul is trying to execute. It will require connection and communication on point. And that's what they do! They jump down at the same time from different angles and involve the iQOO Soul to seal the deal. Jonathan took down the first man, but unfortunately failed to connect the second shot. And that's where iQOO Soul, they came out on top and got that chicken dinner. As I mentioned, this is every fan's dream to witness a final like this. iQOO Soul and Godlike to decide the better spot in the overall standings. But you cannot take the glorification away from Godsreen 2. What a game that was.
The gods are stepping in as clutch. And it's iQOO Soul this time around. You could call this team the Clutchmeister. Phenomenal performance yet again. They were pinned from multiple directions, but found themselves in the prime spot over towards the end. But now let's throw it down to the man himself who's found him in the best position for the interview.
iQOO Soul, जो इस मैच के पहले सेकंड स्पॉट पे थे, वी विल कम विद द अपडेटेड लीडर बोर्ड, लेकिन इन्होंने निकाला है चिकन डिनर. नकुल, आप बचे हुए थे इन द एंड लॉन्ग विद जोकर. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट, कैन यू फील द ट्रॉफी कमिंग टू यू गाइस?
लाइक अभी उस चीज़ पे ध्यान नहीं है पूरा. अभी बस ये है कि
झूठ मत बोल.
नहीं, अभी बस एक मैच पे ध्यान है कि अच्छे से खेलना है, अपना बेस्ट देना है एक मैच में, बस इतना ही है.
एक सेकंड, अब जिस तरीके से ये मैच गया है, हमारे सारे जो कास्टर्स अंदर बैठे हुए हैं, जितने भी एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, उनका ये मानना था दैट मैच नंबर 3 कुड बी द डिसाइडिंग मैच. अब यहाँ पे तुमने चिकन डिनर निकाला है. कम ऑन गाइस, रोनी, मान्या, डू यू फील इट ऑलरेडी? कहीं ऐसा लग रहा है हाँ कि अब हम बहुत नज़दीक हैं, ओनली वी कैन कम इन द वे ऑफ सोल एंड द ट्रॉफी?
वो तो है ही, अगर हम खुद से चोक ना करें तो ट्रॉफी तो शायद कोई नहीं छीन पाए.
ओके, सीजन 1 के भी तुम चैंपियन रह चुके हो. सीजन 1 के मुकाबले सीजन 3 में क्या चेंज है?
लाइक सीजन 1 में ये पावर प्ले वाला सिस्टम नहीं था, तो सीजन 3 में है पावर प्ले वाला, तो उसमें थोड़ा बहुत फ़ायदा भी होता है, लाइक अर्ली फाइट्स लेने का.
मन्या, एक चीज तो पूछना ही भूल गया, अगर ट्रॉफी जीतोगे तो फिर क्या करोगे? पार्टी करोगे, डिनर करोगे, क्या करोगे?
पार्टी और डिनर में दोनों तो सेम नहीं हो गया?
कुछ भी हो सकता है, लेकिन ये पक्का मान लो कि आप ट्रॉफी तुम जीत रहे हो।
गॉड्स प्लान।
गॉड्स प्लान बॉस, चिकन डिनर निकाल दिया है इन लोगों ने इस तीसरे मैच में। मैन, इट इज हीटिंग अप हियर एट द एंड्रॉइड अरीना। बॉयज, चौथे मैच में क्या होगा? इट्स एनीबॉडीज कॉल।
सबकी धड़कन रुक जाएगी, अब टीम सोल स्टेज पर आएगी। रोक सको तो रोक लो।
I just cannot imagine what's going to happen on the last game of the day. So many teams on the latter half of the board, and not just latter half, probably the teams that are not there in the top 5, they will try to play it aggressive, try to grab as many points as possible with the power play, especially for the teams on the latter half of the board. They will definitely target. Let's be honest, the teams in the top 3, now they've got a big target on their back, and all the teams from 9th till 16th, they are definitely going to be looking forward to eliminate them from the game and just try and add on a bit more spice and entertainment to the game. But before we move on to the post-game segment, of course, Crunchyroll is largest India's anime library with over 800 plus shows, and not just that, you can watch all those shows in your preferred languages and watch all of that just for 79 rupees per month per person.
I mean, it's gonna turn into like the Infinity Castle saga of Kimetsu no Yaiba, and this man out here will definitely be the Kamado Tanjiro as he stands tall with 7 finishes and 54% finished contribution. Nakul has been stepping up in BGMS Season 3 like no other player.
Nakul being the support player for this team. This time, once again, he steps up big. Nakul performed so well in the first week of the league stage, and now look at him in the grand finals. When it matters the most to the team, Nakul pulls up 7 finishes in one single game. That too on the last day when there's so much pressure on the team in general. And with this entire performance, iQOO Seoul, they have propelled themselves in the first spot in the overall standings.
Absolutely, no doubt about that, because Carnival only received 7 points, and I believe they were eliminated where they might have received a maximum of 1 additional point for that position. 8, not enough. iQOO Seoul
Imagine
doing so much.
I know you want to say a lot, but even I want to say a lot, but I just want to spice things up a little bit more and give the fans a little bit teaser on what might just happen in the upcoming game. There's Entity in contention. There's Carnival Gaming in contention. There's Godlike in contention. Xtreme is over there too. And there's 1 or 2 more teams. Team Tamilas as well. It's right there. 6 to 7 teams fighting for that one single trophy. And iQOO Seoul is currently holding that first spot. They're holding that throne. Will they be dethroned in the last game, or will they keep on holding it on with consistency? Because Team Tamilas, they have been the burning torch. But in the last game, even they need to amp up the aggression.
Absolutely. This is the last moment for them. And this is the time where they can try and amp upon that aggression, as well as try and basically target either one of those teams who are on the first few spots, maybe the first or the second as well, because they were the ones who were getting a lot of those elimination points. I remember iQOO Seoul and Team Tamilas, they had 8 each, and then God's happened to Team Tamilas, man.
One more game to go. God's Reign, they're pulling off the comeback of their lives, and this is exactly what I mentioned too. There will be one team somewhere who is not there even in the top 5. They will pull off a great comeback. If you remember, I had this gut feeling, and it's God's Reign doing it so far. You've got the mobility partner of BGMS Season 3 on the screen. That's TVS Raider. It comes in with 99 connected feature and also a 5-inch TFT screen. That's super wicked.
Absolutely. Just like the man sitting on top of it, AKOP. This man has been fragging out of his mind, but I still feel that that title might be taken away. It just seems to be the case where everything is falling in a chaotic manner for OG.
OG's choking. Let's be honest, last day, once again, the same thing repeats itself. The history always repeats itself, and that's once again is happening. But let's move on to the stage for an interview with the boys of Seoul and Carnival Gaming.
Okay, calm down, calm down, calm down. ये मैं अपने आप को कह रहा हूँ, ladies and gentlemen. This is that trophy, the Android BGMS Season 3 Champions Trophy. And only one team will lift it. And this is life. Life में हमेशा twists and turns होते हैं. And who would have thought that आखिरी match में, the last match of the day, it will be two teams, Carnival Gaming and iQOO Soul, that will be tied on 113 points. I've got Nakul from iQOO Soul. I've got the IGL of Carnival Gaming, Hector. Boss, 113 points पे आप दोनों की teams tied हैं, which means it boils down to this very last match. First thoughts क्या है?
कुछ नहीं है अभी तो बस एकदम माइंड एकदम क्लियर है कि एक ही मैच खेलने जा रहे हैं और अपना बेस्ट देंगे.
113 points and ये format ऐसा है, it doesn't matter अगर chicken dinner आता है कि नहीं, you just have to play your nerves. What are your first thoughts, bro?
हर मैच हमने अपना बेस्ट दिया, ये मैच भी पूरी कोशिश कर देंगे, 200% देंगे, बाकी रिजल्ट बताएगा क्या होता है.
लास्ट मैच की तरफ चलते हैं. गॉड्स रेन के खिलाफ नकुल, आई हैव टू से इट, मतलब है तो टीम स्पोर्ट, लेकिन उसमें आपकी जो परफॉर्मेंस थी वो क्लच आपने कैसे निकाला? बिकॉज यू प्रीटी मच वन दैट मैच फॉर iQOO Soul.
लाइक प्रेशर बहुत था हमारे पे कि हमें चिकन निकालना ही था अगर हमें ट्रॉफी चाहिए तो बस निकाल दिया, मजे मजे में हो गया.
ब्रो, नया IGL एंड आप अपनी टीम को किस तरीके से लीड कर रहे हैं ये हम देख भी रहे हैं और पॉइंट्स टेबल बता भी रहा है. आर यू हैप्पी और आर यू गोना बी हैप्पियर विद द ट्रॉफी?
ट्रॉफी के साथ ही खुशी होगी, इतना क्लोज आके इतनी अच्छी टीम को कम्पीट करके हार तो नहीं मानेंगे, ज़रूर उसको हराएंगे एंड वो जीतेगा कुछ भी हो जाए.
बॉस, बात है 55 लाख रुपए की. ओनली वन ऑफ दीज टू टीम्स, लिसन, आई एम नॉट इवन गोना से वन ऑफ दीज टू टीम्स, हो सकता है देयर इज स्टिल अ ट्विस्ट इन द टेल, बट एज वी स्पीक, एज वी एंटर मैच नंबर 4, इट्स कार्निवल गेमिंग एंड iQOO Soul हु आर टाइड ऑन 113 पॉइंट्स. अब क्या होने वाला है मैं अंतर्यामी नहीं हूं, मैं नहीं बता सकता, बट मे बी माय बॉयज इन द स्टूडियो माइट हैव अ फ्यू आंसर्स.
Last game still awaits on the horizon. This will be the decider. This will be the game that's holding the barricade before the team will be unleashed towards that trophy and they will hoist it. Who will it be? Will it be CG? Will it be iQOO Soul? Will it be Godlike, considering even they showcased a great performance? Or will it be the new dogs on the block, CG?
If there's going to be any team apart from the top 3, they would have to utilize the power play itself. They would have to play in way too aggressive. And as you mentioned, it's not just going to be iQOO Soul who's going to have a bounty on top of their head. It's also going to be Carnival Gaming. The invisible bounty is going to attract a lot of bounty hunters. And what better than God's Reign to maybe try and create a crazy game for themselves? It could be anyone's game.
If the new dogs do come out on top, it will be a history in the makings, that's for sure. God's Reign, a lineup that failed in the past in the official tournament, but they did quite good. Still had quite a decent standing in the overall, but now moving in forward towards this BGMS, they were signed by a big organization called God's Reign. They've got so much to live up to, these 4 players that have went through a lot of thick and thins, but now here in the grand final, so close to get that winning shot in their hands. I hear a lot of chants going on in the back just for this one last game of Erangel.
This is going to be the make or break for a lot of those teams out there. It could be Carnival Gaming, it could be iQOO Soul, it could be a team that we are not even expecting. It could also be OG if they decide to have an early drop clash and fight in the power play, but everything will boil down to the power play itself.
You might just be asking for too much, man. Even if they do go for the power play, even if they do come out on top in those 2 fights, they will get 16 finish points. But keep this thing in mind, all the other teams on the first or the top 3 will constantly be gaining points as well. So the lead is going to keep on increasing, the threshold's going to keep on increasing. For OG, if they want to breach in, they need an absolute nuke.
Unless they try to target one of those teams who are actually on top itself. We might never know that, but one thing that we know is definitely what happened in the previous map itself, as we have a look at it yet again with how Reckoning Esports opened things up, ruining the entire hopes and dreams for Team Xpark to drop into that top 3 position as well. That clearly means that now Xpark is out of contention. They can play as a spoiler.
The new gods on the block definitely making a lot of promises, but just one more game to go, and that's going to be the decider. Will it be God's Reign? Will it be CG? Will it be iQOO Soul? Or will it be Godlike to snatch that trophy away? These 4 teams performed quite well in that previous game of Miramar. They were there in the Final 4 as well, and that's something we all wanted to see. The competition is constantly getting spiced up. And the fact that CG and their opponents, iQOO Seoul, are now tied up in the overall standings, it just makes it even more interesting. CG, they have been switching things up a little bit in their playstyle. They're trying to play it a little bit more cautious. They're trying to play it a little bit more smart, but that's not working out for them in the last day.
I mean, things are just going downhill, that's what I'll say for them. But they still are somehow constantly managing to get those points. And I pointed out about Pokar as well. I mentioned to you on the map feed, and then you talked about him. He was the one who played a spoiler for Godlike too. If in case there would have been one more player alive for Godlike here, this could have been their game, because then the trades would have been back and forth. And since Jonathan got one, maybe there's the other player who could have got the last man. But you may never know what might have happened, as we can also not predict what will happen in the future. But that's the fun of it.
Within few seconds, we will be stepping into the last game of this Android BGMS Season 3 powered by Garnier's Mend. And this last game is holding too much value, especially for the teams in the top 5. The guys are now praying to their gods. They want to win this game. You bring it all out. You give it all. You've got this one last game. It will be your lifelines. All the fans, their eyes are on that prize, while the players, they do not want to disappoint their fans and take this trophy to their boot camp. iQOO Seoul, it has been a day and a half for this team. What a performance that was in the previous game. A chicken dinner with Knuckle being the Batman once again, getting so many eliminations, but Godlike not that far behind. The new kids on the block, Xtreme, even they proved a lot. They had a lot of elimination points, and they were dominating a lot of those teams in the firefights. Xtreme, if they want, they can try and take the power play advantage too, but I'm pretty sure that's not what Xtreme would want. Here we go, the decider, the final game of the BGMS 2024 begins now, as the plane's gonna hit the skies for one last time, starting all the way from Georgia Pool towards the Snufka military base. This plane flight path is tilted completely to the one side of the map.
The first Erangel started with the plane over towards the east, and this one's ending with the plane over towards the west. The duality is absolutely mind-boggling, as the teams will start to take the drop in next 5 seconds. Godlike can also move in towards Zarki if they want to, and that's the reason why they take that early exit already. That means a drop clash is coming between Godlike and Entity themselves. Entity are at the 3rd spot, or at least in that top 5. It could be anyone's game there.
This is the fight to dictate the pace, and Entity is fading away from that drop spot. They do not want to go in for a direct drop collision against Godlike.
Oh
Entity
my god.
dropping somewhere on the off of Zarki. They're not directly moving in towards the city. Probably want to set up a field trap against Godlike and try and funnel them in their trap slowly and steadily and get those points accumulated. Reckoning Esports underneath the players of Raven, Team Tumulas as well, as usual, moving in towards their primary drop location, but it will be a collision with 8-Bit this time. 8-Bit's not going to back away from this fight, right?
I really hope so they don't, because again, over towards down south, you look at the members of Team Xpark, close by to the members of MOGO. Seems like Xpark will pick up the vehicles to go over towards Nova Repnoy. I don't think so we are seeing any drop collisions, but only the pit stop collisions. One is between Global Esports as well as the members of God's Reign, as they take up the vehicles to try and run away. I really thought and hoped that iQOO Seoul might actually take a drop onto Carnival Gaming, but that has not happened. But over towards Pochinki is where we're going to see Carpediem and One Blade.
There's also WSB in the fray. Trifecta of death towards Pochinki, as even One Blade now want to be a part of the fight and try and snatch a few points away. Taste that piece of the pie. WSB, Shikari Jot especially, he's now running thin on patience. Wants to move up close and personal. Fierce is off the top.
God.
He's all the way on that 3rd floor.
He's alone.
And Fierce can hear the footsteps approaching him. Yes, he's alone, but there's also a lot of those windows to this building. And if they keep on pre-firing the windows according to the footsteps, Shikari will constantly take that chip damage upon himself. So making that push will be even more difficult.
Another difficult thing is going to be how you're going to maneuver through this entire circle. Look at how it has formed all the way over towards Prison, Shelter, Milta Power. OG will jump in towards Milta Power. Seems like 2 out of the 4 games today were actually favoring the OGs, had they survived. If in case the next few circles also form around the same area, that is. But as you mentioned, Entity shying away from that fight. Now, big problem for Global Esports because they've not gone to Severny. They only have the area of ruins for themselves to try and loot.
I thought this game's going to be an absolute chaos, but no, that's not the case. Instead, everyone's playing it slow and steady. They're taking their time to loot up, position themselves better in the zone. You can see Reckoning Esports dropping a little bit in the outskirts towards the shorelines. Team Tumulus towards Primorx. 8-bit, they did not go for the drop fight against Team Tumulus, even though they saw the players sailing in towards Primorx. Maybe 8-bit will try to get those exit frags when they try to move away from that spot. But Carpediem, they've already lost out on one of the men. WSP, even for them, one man's knocked out. Trigger's still up and alive in the front lines, and he's going to be the one to face Max Payne. Max Payne's got his hands on his nade. Switches back to a barrel. But now, Gods pushing up close and personal. This fight's getting a little bit too uncomfortable. As the time keeps on passing by, you just never know who's going to be the one to come out on top. But instead, it's Max Payne to get knocked out. Carpediem in a big disadvantage in the fight now.
They've lost a couple of players already. Two teams picking their players off one after the other. Carpediem cannot even enter in the podium now. They can just try and play in for a decent position to try and gather a better prize pool. OG have already moved in over towards the farm area to try and capitalize onto the circle as iQOO Soul as well. Moving in over towards Pochinki. A good shot by Fears. Puts a big dent into the numbers of one blade as they are being picked apart by both of these teams, though, one after the other.
Interesting. WSP, they're replying back in quite a great fashion. Beautiful nade from Kana. Instantly hands out the death sentence. Carpediem, Gamla Boy in the back lines. Fierce is there on the opposite side of things, and they know every single team that's currently fighting over here in this compound, they know they're done for. They can't stand a chance to be there in the podium finish. Neither snatch that trophy away. So yeah, I guess they're just trying to get away with a bang.
Global Esports now moving in over towards Severny, and that's where even Godlike are.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
True.
2-minute Global Esports up against the entirety of Godlike, while the rest two players are in the back towards Severny. There's a bit of a disconnect that's going on, and there we go. That disconnect is going to cost him one man.
Absolutely.
Already Global Esports losing out on one of the men, and then you've got Z-God coming out on top in that fight. So in general, with how things are panning out, it indeed is panning out in the favor of Godlike for now.
Godlike can actually push in to try and take the players off Global Esports one after the other. But here's the thing. This entire engagement has been played out for so long that even 8-bit have now decided to join the action. Where are the members of OG? That's the big question. I guess they have also decided to pounce onto them as WSB has been picked off. OG coming in for the fourth party in this entire engagement. Atanki catches one. But there's still two other teams remaining as now the finishes are being stolen away. How does WSB get picked off the first?
Because there's 4 teams around that same vicinity. There's OG, there's One Blade, there's Carpediem. Yeah, WSB, they had the advantage, but then they just collided against One Blade and OG at the same time. And OG, they're desperate for points, so they instantly try and grab the opportunity, and they do so as well with ease.
Why is it WSB every single time? The first one to always fall. Jeez. OG just becoming a cleanup crew, not doing their job perfectly. There's still few members of Carpediem remaining, One Blade remaining, but they decide to back off from that area, as a lot of teams are now converging in over towards the Pochinki part itself. You've got 8-bit, you've got iQOO Soul over up north in school. You've also got Carnival Gaming down south of Pochinki. Any one of them could try and pounce onto them whenever they would really want. I really hoped that maybe X-Park would play aggressive in this one. But seems like they've also decided to sign a peace treaty with all the other teams out there. And even Godlike have just moved away from Severny. Took one player of G.
Oh my god, this is not good. Godlike and Entity in the same vicinity, and Godlike can feel that Entity around them. But Entity, they instantly back away. Interesting. Gave their presence away. Godlike knew exactly what was going on, but then realized the fact that even Godlike is around that fray, so Entity, they made a mature decision. They stand a chance to snatch that trophy away as well. They need a big game in their hands. 8-Bit, they have been successfully eliminated from the game, and that's not a great news at all.
But it is very good news for the members of OG. They start with a bang, and that too with 12 points. Really want to know how many points they've managed to grab till now to probably try to at least enter the podium finish. First is like out of contention. Second is like super close to first itself. So that's also probably out. Maybe third. But there's so many teams who would try to go in for that third. Team Tamilas, God's Reign, Orangutan. Carpediem have been thrown out though. Just a couple of players remaining. They've got 6 points. Not enough at all. Entity. All these teams will try to take that second spot. No, third spot. Excuse me. The entire centric part of the circle is so empty.
You're looking at the circle, and I'm looking at that little camera feed that's there.
Hi.
Yeah. Everyone's excited to be here, right? It's a fun time. It's a fun time indeed. They have enjoyed their stay. But speaking for this game, Entity avoiding that fight against the players of Godlike. But do Godlike really want to avoid that fight? That's the question too. And it feels like Godlike do want that smoke against Entity. They do not want to let the players get away. And here we go. The fight begins. It's Equinox to kick things off. From the far fray though, it's also going to be Z-God doing that constant damage. Godlike, the damage is already dealt against them. It's not a great news at all. Considering Entity, they've got the man advantage. Now Godlike, they will be in big trouble.
Oh my god, Admino disconnected as well. Punk is the one who actually falls down on his knees and no way to give him the revival. As the confirmation will flow for Entity, and this is perfect for this team. Godlike wanted to target them, but now are being picked apart. They were not sewn together perfectly, so all the stitches are just coming apart whatsoever. Entity. Godlike felt an entity around them, and Entity made their presence known in such a solid fashion as the nade sails in. Toy down to half HP, but does not matter. And this wizard tower is Z-God alone.
Oh my god, Godlike is getting dismantled systematically. Another man falls short. And now it's down to just Admino. Godlike, they are losing their grip on the trophy as they keep on losing their players. The fist that needed to be clinched is now being opened up by Entity. That too in quite a systematic manner. As now Team Tamilas, they face off against the defending champions of the previous year. Team Tamilas, they want to be the new and the upcoming champions, but MOGO Esports, it's constantly doing damage against them. 2 players lost out from Team Tamilas, but Team Tamilas, even they're replying back in style. And Maxi OP, he strikes down all the players from MOGO Esports. That's 8 points off the rip to kick things off for Team Tamilas.
Massive play coming in from Maxi. He had 2 of his players who lost their feet and were down and out, but they still saved them. Impeccable fight, impeccable performance, and they're also going for that reposition. They've got enough time for it. No one around them, so all the players will be back on their feet. Carnival Gaming, though, not opening up their finish account yet. So is the case with iQOO Soul. So unconventional.
You talk about iQOO Soul and Godlike's done.
But for now, it seems like OG are up against the members of Reckoning themselves. Apes are facing the struggles. They've got 1 player down on his feet though. This duel is important. Is he going to win it? The first one, yes. But what about the next? The answer back is absolutely there. 3 players of Reckoning down on his feet and just 1 out in the far fray. Orangutan are up with their wrath as they wipe out Reckoning as well. This team has got so many points in the power play. 20 points already.
OG realizing what they exactly need in this game, but then iQOO Soul, they come in with the third party. You were speaking of OG getting a lot of points, but iQOO Soul too, they're now desperate for the points too. They want to keep that spot pinned down in the first spot. That's why they're taking this fight in the power play itself. Aro is still locked out. Utilities being tossed in on towards Atanki. The nades are chipping out a lot of damage. Atanki is constantly taking that damage upon himself in that circle. And what can he even do? That smoke will be fading away soon. And as soon as the smoke fades away, Atanki's lifeline will fade away with that too. Atanki gets knocked out and will be confirmed eventually. It's done for. iQOO Soul, they have taken down 3 players of OG.
Beautiful performance by iQOO Soul, and if only OG did this in every other game. If only they played aggressive since the beginning. They have the firepower, but they just decided to play it safe.
They got 10 finish points.
Exactly.
10 finishes in the power play itself, so that's going to give them 20 finish points. This was a nuclear game, but then they messed up. A third party from iQOO Soul with the perfect timing caught them off guard. And for iQOO Soul, they just want to keep their spot pinned down in the overall standings. That's all they ask for.
Leading with 3 points now over Carnival Gaming. 2 to be specific. Did not catch the third one out there, but some shots being fired onto the members of Raven. A Slug has also lost Ninja Boy, so it could be done for Global Esports now. But he can go and bring his man back up on his feet.
But we just witnessed a pretty unfortunate moment. Godlike fans and the players and the management team is of course going to be sad after this, considering Godlike got eliminated from the game as soon as the game started.
True.
They stood a big chance to win the championship. They could have been the one to hoist the trophy too. But then, being taken down by the players of Entity was a tough pill to swallow. Godlike never saw this coming. They were never ready for Entity to pounce on top of them. But Entity, they found the right moment, and they striked on top of the prey. And Godlike got systematically dismantled.
They had a spread out approach, and they were picked apart one after the other. And as you mentioned, systematically dismantled. Over from down south is where now Team X-Park is also going in for their own rotations. Carnival Gaming have not been part of the action early on, but right now are in a pretty solid position, though pretty close by to the members of Entity who've got 8 points off the chart. This team could very well be close by to contest. If in case Entity get a humongous game for themselves, it could be possible that this team might steal it all away, or even Team Tamilas.
I mean, they've got 8 points.
Exactly.
Even if OG, somehow the last man of OG, which is AKOP, manages to survive till the top 2, then that's 26 points in total.
True.
And that'll be really impressive.
Imagine if only they tried this in every other game. Not like anyone was going in for their drop collisions either ways. I mean, Orangutan. They showcase this potential and then they end up choking on the last few days.
Only if these teams would have listened to us, man.
True.
We were saying it from the day one itself. Power play is a game-changing factor. And there's a reason why this rule was added in the tournament. Because we wanted to see a little bit more entertainment. We wanted to see the overall standings really close. We do not want to see anyone just build up that big lead, right? Because one single good game in the power play instantly can propel you back in the overall standings.
True.
And that's what all the other teams should have realized much more
sooner.
Yeah.
I know.
But unfortunately, they did not. They were still playing for the chicken dinner. They still wanted to play for the end game. And that's where they missed out on the present moment. Focusing on the future too much, overthinking too much. Instead, they should have just focused on the present.
But what's done is done. Now it's time to focus on what can happen. But we're also seeing what happened previously. On Pochinki itself, where one Blade tried to go in for the third party, but then OG became the cleanup crew, wiped them out, then wiped 8-Bit out, and then wiped Reckoning out. OG, the Apes were showcasing the wrath of the Titans without actually being in the jungle itself. And then it was Team Tamilas wiping out the entirety of MOGO. And this is the problem with MOGO. They don't know how to deal with that early aggression when a team bounces onto them.
All of that is fine, man, but the defending champions, it's been a really good run. In 2023, they popped off in an incredible fashion. 2024, failed sometimes. Sometimes they did showcase those glorious moments. It was always two ways about it. The defending champions, they have given us quite a great storyline. Props should be given to them. MOGO Esports, they were the grand finalists at the end of the day.
True.
Yeah, they do have quite a lot of shoes to fill still. They need to go back to the drawing boards and figure out what exactly went wrong. And as you mentioned, and as I was mentioning from the start, MOGO Esports, they're just playing it too passive. Knowing the fact that this entire BGMS really rewards teams with the aggressive approach, they should have played aggressive much more sooner. But unfortunately, they did not really opt out to play aggressive. Instead, they constantly were playing it as safe as possible. In the league stage, they were struggling. In the playoffs, they did qualify in a great fashion, but then in the grand finals, where it mattered the most, they struggled. Focusing on the fight for now, Team Tumulus, they need to find themselves that breaching point. Entity up against a team in the front that is way too up close and personal. Shots were taken from some, but nothing's found. And considering it's Entity you're speaking of, they're surrounded by the foes of Team X-Park. And it's Team X-Park that you would not want to mess around with right now. Team X-Park, they have lost their chance. There's nothing holding them back anymore. So they're like the wounded lions. But this fight between Raven and Team Tumulus will be decider. Raven Esports, it's just Hulk up close and personal, while the remaining two players in the back.
Oh my god! Fox, able to blast off the vehicle, has taken down Hulk. Now the cover grenades are there from the rest of the Ravens. But Team Tumulus,
they back away.
Exactly. They can claim this one finish quickly. Raven!
Yeah, he's out in the open. It's probably going to be claimed without any issues.
I mean...
There we go. The man's trying to back away to safety. There's still one more man from Raven Esports around that fray. Right on the opposite side of that ridge. And now Reaper's trying to back away from this entire spot. Reaper is catching too much hurt, while Mr. Erangel gets the karma.
Aim God catches him. Understandable. There's the IGL on one side and then there's Aim God on the other. Still remember the interview as the standout player when Suren asked him as to why did you name yourself as Aim God, and he said, look at my finishes.
Yeah, I am looking at him. And I don't see a lot.
Not right now, but back when he was the standout player.
But here's the thing, right? If you're not able to perform when it matters the most, is the performance even worth it? You're playing a tournament to win it. You're playing the tournament to get your hands on that trophy, or at least that podium finish where you can get the major chunk of money.
True.
But if you're not even close, if you're just there in the top 16, somewhere lingering in the bottom, what are you really getting? But then there's one more hopeful way to look at this, right?
You learn.
You never lose, you learn.
Exactly. Probably an eye-opener for Raven, to be honest. Their playstyle revolves around playing aggressive a bit, and they have been thriving in that early aggression, even when they had the bounty. Talking about bounty, we've got the bounty hunters in front of us, and there's Carpediem somewhere between these people, so there's always an imposter among them. Spot out the man with a different color.
Man with the different color. Entity. I just love the fact that they've got themselves. They're part of the circle. They're completely dominating that bottom right. No one's around them. God's Green for them. They're in the prime spot. They're in the urban city of Yasna Poliana and doing really good. But the circle instead, it's got some nice shenanigans to pull off. iQOO Soul now, they instantly swing back to life. With the zone shift, they will be the one in the prime spot.
It's unfortunate for Carnival because this is the second shift, after which they've got to try and breach inside that circle. This team thrives when they are in the circle itself, but for now, Mr. IGL facing a lot of troubles as yet again it's the Ravens.
Oh my god, Aim God! I mean, he's supposed to be the Aim God, but this time he whiffed everything. And Raven Esports, they need to pay the price for all of the mistakes that they made in that fight. I want to forget what I just saw about Aim God. That is one of those moments that is not supposed to happen, and the observer caught it live on 4K.
Let's just hope the man forgets about it as well. All the windows now being broken, but this fight is crucial as Goblin falls. He's the man of action. He's the man of Carnival Gaming, and they're backed off from the fight. They're not saving Goblin whatsoever against Entity.
For CG, their eyes are on the prize. They're focusing on the bigger picture, and that's the trophy. They want to survive for as long as possible, get as many placement points, and in the end, just topple it off with a few more finish points. But what they do not know is that iQOO Seoul, they've already accumulated 2 finish points. OG's got the most amount of them so far, with 20, topping the charts in this game. AKOP's the only glimmer of hope left alive, and he's still outside of the zone. KSR 7 in the front of AKOP, and AKOP's job is just one: make his team survive till the top 3. That's it. This game, he needs to bring a podium finish to his team. If he does not, well then good luck for OG.
That seems to be out of the case right now. But again, Team Tamila's up against the members of iQOO Seoul, and all the shots that Ronnie is firing, he is grabbing the attention. In some way, Carnival have actually found a way to breach inside this circle, but another hard shift could basically mean the end of their run right here, right now, as Entity is on their 6. They are trailing them. Now this rage, you could say, is good as it provides cover from a lot of different angles, but even Ninja Boy is focusing on the members of Carnival Gaming. And Ninja Boy is dead in the center itself. Just a bit off center, you could say.
You speak of the center, and right now, the only team I can see in the center is Team Tamila's. Trust me, the zone's going to move out in the open lands. That's going to happen.
You said that one more time previously.
It will happen, man. It usually happens in Yasna Polyana. It always shifts out in the open lands. At least it will move away from the urban city. That's what I think. But Entity, what a beautiful knock that was. CG starting to struggle, even as Power's knocked out. Oh my god, this is not a great news for CG at all. 2 players down, and it's Entity, 2 to pounce on top of the prey. Oh my god, Entity, they push up on the right time. They find the right prey.
If only Carnival fought Entity then and there, they might have had an opportunity, but now it's time for Hector to pull off a healing game, and he does not have the meds. He's got nothing. And iQOO Seoul already have a buffer of 2 points. Not enough. Absolutely true. And the man who got 2 is out. But Ronnie is in. He sprays everything to miss on Mr. IGL.
Hell's gonna break loose soon. Team Tamilas, they pull off the biggest rotation, but then CG's going to be on the receiving end of things. And CG, they have been eliminated from the game. And with this elimination, they lose the championship of BGMS Season 3. They were so close. But will they be able to maintain that podium finish? This last game was being played so safe by CG, and that ended up being their own kryptonite.
Circle moving away from them 3 different times. The struggle is unreal, but that could also be the case with Team Tamilas. I'm still surprised that there's no other team who've actually made a pounce onto Team Tamilas right now. But it's Entity finally deciding to move forward. This team has got 11 finishes. If either Entity or Team Tamilas get a massive game with at least 20 finish points and a chicken dinner, and iQOO Seoul is wiped out early now by within the next couple of minutes, then it could be possible for them to steal away the championship.
All eyes on the prize, Entity. They're so close, but still far. Team Tamala is still in the race. Xtreme is also still in the race. And cooking, you've got OG as well with decent amount of points acquired. Now, 4 teams stand a chance for that trophy. And it has to be chicken dinner, by the way. Xtreme, if they get their hands on the chicken dinner, they might be the one to end up on the first spot. If it's Entity with the chicken dinner, they will probably end up on the first spot, considering they've got 11 finish points. Team Tamilas with 13. These 3 teams, especially Xtreme, it's their time to pick up the pace now. They need to start taking the fights. They've got next to none amount of finish points.
In order for either of these teams to actually steal away the first point, they'd have to eliminate iQOO Seoul, who are now in such a solid positioning. And so could be said for Team X Park. Just about the positioning part though. where they can try and gatekeep the members of God's Reign, Carpediem, as well as KSR7 from One Blade, as iQOO Soul might be busy fighting God's Reign, maybe if they're in open, and Ninja Boy.
Oh my god, OG's AKOP. This man is scared to death.
Should be.
And now he needs to move inside the zone. What can he do? Poor fellow. Carpediem's taking fight against the players of God's Reign as Fury gets knocked down and destroyed.
That's a big blow for God's Reign.
It will be a tough one to recover from, but they still have got 3 more players live and cooking in the game. But that's where Team Timileous take the cake. They've got the man advantage, and even Team Entity, they've got the man advantage. But unfortunately, the zone shifted away from them. And both these teams will need to step outside of the comfort zone and move in the zone. And this is where the real game will be dictated. If any of these teams do find a flawless rotation in the safe zone with a good spot, they will be the one to be the champion.
AK can be the spoiler. Tosses out a nade. He's revealed his position. That's a big thing, as now Team Tamila will actually pounce onto him. Molotov comes in on one side. He still is popping off all those nades onto their direction. And know this, they've already used up their smokes to try and create a path. The longer they stay here, the more difficult it will get for them to move in. AK is just wasting time for Team Tamilas.
AK's got so many utilities, constantly tossing in the nades. He does not want the players of Team Timileous to move up and make that rotation! And what a great catch that was! This one single nade is going to be the game changer. AKOP looking to spoil the game of Team Timileous, and within a flash, the entirety of Team Timileous, they have been eliminated outside of the city.
Absolutely bonkers coming in from AKOP. The man just spoils it for Team Tamilas. One nade catching 2 when he himself falls out of the circle. That's only 1 point probably that's going to be awarded to him at maximum. But it's Entity who can now take a pounce onto the members of iQOO Soul.
OG still had 22 finishes from that one single game, dude. That's so many.
Bonkers.
That's crazy. 22 finish points. And add on 1 placement point. That's a decent outing for OG.
Entity is the main focus now, though. If they wipe out iQOO Soul, that
Entity's the champion.
They should be.
I'm calling it. Entity's the champion.
They need to wipe out iQOO Soul.
They need to wipe out iQOO Soul, but as I mentioned, if Entity or either Team Timileous find a flawless rotation in the zone, they will be the champion. iQOO Soul's job was to stop Entity in their tracks before they make that rotate, but you cannot really blame the players of iQOO Soul too, because they did not know it's Entity they need to face off against. And look at the amount of points Entity already has. They've gotten 11 finish points. And probably in the final few moments, they will rack up a few more finish points against X-Park and God's Reign too. For God's Reign, I don't think so they stand a chance to be the champions anymore because they do not have enough finishes.
Absolutely. Even if they wipe out every single person out in the lobby, that's not going to give them enough. As you mentioned, the important point or the important time for them was the power play, which they did not utilize at all. But X-Park can actually be the spoiler for, I mean, all of these teams. Let's be honest. AKOP did his job for Team Tamilas, and now it's Entity who found Phantom already. Shadow finds KSR7 too, so that's one good thing for X-Park. But Ronnie has actually found a good off angle, and he can take the fight. Never mind.
Nades being tossed in, X-Park losing out on a Sarang, but this gives Entity the chance they needed to make it in the zone. And look at Entity controlling the entire tide now. Who's gonna stop Entity? I told you, iQOO Soul needed to stop Entity from making that rotation, but iQOO Soul, they failed to do so. Entity already in the safer lines, Raiden's the casualty, as even Troy falls down. Now Entity's getting picked off. It's not a great news at all. Entity, they're getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. iQOO Soul, they have been eliminated from the game too. There's still one more man outside of the zone who's constantly going for that med strat. If he wraps up all the way from the back and spoils the game for Entity, maybe there's still some chance.
It could be possible because that's what Nakul is trying to do. Look at his positioning. The question is how many first aids he has. Probably just a few more. Not a lot to work around with. Trying to run away. Raiden cannot be revived up whatsoever. All of the X-Park now around in that one spot. God's Reign have been eliminated too. It's Entity up against X-Park, and Nakul is coming in as the spoiler. And
oh no, it's Sarang!
Oh my god.
To find the opener against Entity. It will be Team X-Park to close the game off, but Somraj, if he gets even 1 finish point over here, that might just be the nail in the coffin for the championship. I'm still in so many doubts. Who is it? Is it Entity? Is it iQOO Soul? It's definitely going to be quite close. It might as well be a tie between these two teams. That's how close it's going to be. And now both of these teams are going for the med strat. But Somraj runs outside of meds. He does not have them anymore. And it's Knuckle to secure the second spot in the game. He has gotten 6 placement points for his team. Will it be iQOO Soul to be the champions? And I think so. It will be iQOO Souls.
Seems to be the case. 9 finishes for Entity. Just a few over 10 points in terms of the finish points. But they could not close it out. Lacking in the positions. They needed this chicken dinner. They were desperate for that. But it seems like the champions are definitely going to be iQOO Soul.
Imagine
Ladies and gentlemen, ये चौथा मैच and we had 2 teams जिनके साथ हमारी बात हुई. We spoke to Carnival Gaming, we spoke to Soul जो 113 पॉइंट्स पे थे, बट जो हमने इस आखिरी मैच में देखा है, well, Entity from nowhere, they made an entrance and here comes Krat. Bro, my heart is beating harder and harder by the second. We are waiting for confirmation क्योंकि हमारे सारे जो crew members हैं पीछे, they are doing the calculations, doing the math. But before we come to that, what on earth did we just witness in that last game? Carnival Gaming gets knocked out. Soul लेके करके points निकालती है. Ronnie वहाँ बैठा हुआ है. Somraj had the advantage and we still don't know.
ये प्रोडक्शन इतनी तेज है ना, यूजुअली वैसे पॉइंट टेबल हमेशा होता है, लास्ट मोमेंट में हटा दिया. क्या शुरुआत थी टीम तमिलाज, एवरीवन बीइंग सो गुड, और आखिरी मोमेंट पे मुझे लग रहा था 3-4 घोड़े हैं जो ट्रॉफी निकाल सकते हैं, बट AQOP का ग्रेनेड, टीम तमिलाज का डोमिनेशन, टू मच टू डाइजेस्ट.
Alright, you know what? We are here at the Android Arena. ये लोग भी वेट कर रहे हैं. What was that, bro? What was that in the end?
पता नहीं क्या सीन हुआ. No idea कौन जीता.
Bro, तू अकेले लड़ रहा था. तेरी टीम के बाकी सारे प्लेयर्स जो हैं, they were inactive. You were up against Entity, literally Entity, और तुम्हारे बीच में वो ट्रॉफी है अब. Are you nervous?
Happy.
Okay. Krat, यार रोनी को भी समझ नहीं आ रहा है कि क्या हो रहा है.
थोड़ा मैच अच्छा है मेरा, मुझे लग रहा है, just because Entity had beautiful frags, मतलब गलत नंबर के frags थे, बट पोजीशन पे ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता. नया पॉइंट टेबल आपको पता है, शॉर्ट फॉर पोजीशंस, फिनिशेस का बोलबाला अभी भी है.
I can see Entity. Should we just run up?
Why not?
To Entity. Okay, I'm running. Wait. Okay. Here is Somraj. Here is his team. You can figure out the emotions. यहाँ पे Som, जो तुम knock हुए, was that the turning point of this match and the trophy for you? It's okay, bro. It's done. अब जो होना है वो होगा. But what are you feeling right now? I'll let you be. Listen, Krat, he doesn't have an answer right now. He's just a little shocked.
मेरा मैच कुछ और कह रहा है, कुछ भी हो रहा है. प्लेयर्स मेरे से पूछ रहे हैं.
We have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Android BGMS Season 3 powered by Garnier Men is iQOO Soul! Guys, come on. आ जाओ यार, इधर आ जाओ. Come join us. Of course, ये celebration जो है, ये तो बहुत टाइम चलने वाली है, because these boys have pulled off the unthinkable. Let's just walk towards the trophy. Ronnie, Manya.
The walk.
$22 days, 22 दिन हम यहाँ पे आए हैं. You have walked right into this Android arena, looking at this trophy. Before मैं एक भी सवाल पूछूं, touch it, because this is yours. उठाना मत अभी, रुक जाओ. अभी नहीं, उसका भी वक्त आएगा.
कुछ सवाल है.
Listen, अब तुम्हें पता लग गया है कि you guys have won it. Take me through what happened last fight में, उन लास्ट कुछ मिनटों में, उन लास्ट कुछ सेकंड्स में जब एंटिटी भी थी, क्योंकि ये जो मैच है वो जीती एक्सपाक है, बट ग्लोरी तो तुम्हारी है।
कुछ नहीं, हमें पता था मतलब एंटिटी ने पहले पावर प्ले में पॉइंट्स निकाल लिए और पता चल गया था उनका पोजीशन क्या है, तो हमें बस ये था भी हैशटैग सेकंड या फर्स्ट कुछ भी चिकन मारना है और डिफेंड करना है, थोड़े बहुत किल्स लेने हैं, क्योंकि सीजी मर चुकी थी और एंटिटी इतने पॉइंट्स निकाले नहीं थी, वो भी पता चल गया था।
ओह टू मच। थ्रू आउट द टूर्नामेंट मान्या लाइनअप में गजब चेंज हुए, कभी सौम्या बाहर, कभी आप बाहर, कभी जोकर बाहर, इन चारों को वापस लाया गया। ये परफॉर्मेंस एंटिसिपेटेड थी, उम्मीद थी, या तुम भी सरप्राइज हो? चेहरे से तो कुछ और ही दिख रहा है।
मैं पूरे टूर्नामेंट बोला हूँ गॉड्स प्लान जो
मतलब मुझे पता है आज बह जाना, बोल दे जो दिल में आ रहा है।
लाइक बहुत लोग डाउट कर रहे थे हमें कि लाइनअप चेंज हुई है, और लाइक लीग स्टेज की परफॉर्मेंस पर हमें डाउट किया जा रहा था, और फिर प्लेऑफ्स आया, पहला दिन अच्छा खेला, सेकंड दिन सब डाउट की, कुछ अपने लोगों ने भी डाउट किया, बट एट द एंड रिजल्ट सबके सामने।
इट्स योर मोमेंट ब्रो, मोमेंट। नकुल, मेरा सवाल है, एवरीबॉडी फिक्सेस, ओशन, रावण, एवरीवन ये कह रहे नकुल बैटमैन है, उस पे क्या कहना है? ये ले माइक और भय तू भी।
जो हमारे सोल के सपोर्टर्स हैं मुझे बैटमैन इसलिए बुलाते हैं क्योंकि मैं कई बार टीम को सेव कर लेता हूँ क्रूशियल सिचुएशन पे, बस वही है।
और हमने लास्ट इवेंट में मॉर्टल भाई से एक वादा किया था कि उनको एक ट्रॉफी दिलाएंगे, और ये ट्रॉफी मॉर्टल भाई का नाम।
ऑलराइट, लिसन, ये ट्रॉफी इनकी है, एंड माना कि अगस्त का महीना है, लेकिन आज तो यहाँ पे ऐसा लगने वाला है कि दिवाली होने वाली, they're going to be fireworks, they're going to be celebrations, but just to every team, can we just rise and give a warm applause to iQOO Seoul who have won the tournament? Guys, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, you have your champions. We've got a presentation, but all that's coming up on the other side of this break.
Wow. Circle to search. Only on Android.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Another day, another road, and we go. Arrive with a win, moving up, we know where to begin. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Arrive we go. Wicked on the wheels, get wicked on the wheels. Another day, another road, and we go.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं ये सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये वही जगह है। क्या होगा अगर मैं ये सब कुछ तबाह कर दूं तो? मैं इस टावर के ऊपर पहुंच कर ही रहूंगा।
Everywhere I go, dirt and pollution dull my skin.
Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. 2x brightening power. With charcoal and vitamin C, deeply cleanses dirt and pollution to fight dullness for instantly bright skin. Garnier Men Turbo Bright Double Action Face Wash. Try the #1 men's face wash in India. By Garnier Men.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books.
Welcome back to the Android Arena, the Android BGMS Season 3 powered by Carpediem. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute spectacle, but we've got a lot of awards जो हम देने वाले हैं. So to present these awards, I'd like to call on Mr. Hitesh Mahajan, Regional Manager for Sales for TVS Motors. Sir, if you could please join us. And the first award is for the most wicked player, and he's been wicked all throughout this tournament. It is none other than iQOO representing team Orangutan. पिछला season, everybody remembers, इनकी team 1 point से चूक गई थी. They started off these finals really well. Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. Thank you, iQOO. Now, audience, आपको वोट करना था the audience most favorite raider, और आपके सबसे ज़्यादा votes आए हैं वो one guy, and that is Global Esports के Beast. Global Esports at one point वो उन 4 टीमों में से थे who got a direct qualification into the finals, लेकिन फिर performance में से आया थोड़ा सा साथ छोड़ा, but nevertheless everybody loves him, and आपने सबसे ज़्यादा votes दिए हैं Global Esports के Beast को. And now the most valuable player of this season, and it is once again none other than the guy who is also the most wicked raider. It is Orangutans, iQOO. भारी है लेकिन तेरी है. ये रहने दूं. Thank you, iQOO. Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. All right, for the next set of awards, we'd like to call on Mr. Ashish Gupta, ASM, Delhi, for L'Oreal, India. Come, sir. All right. Now we come to the main awards. We saw what they did in this final matchup, and the second runners-up for this season are the boys from down south, Team Tamilas. Can be louder, guys. Thank you so much. A check worth 7,50,000 rupees for Team Tamilas for being the second runners-up. Thank you, sir. And now, this is going to get a loud cheer from everyone here. I'd like to call on Ekansh Arora, COO for Nordwind Gaming, to come and present the award for the first runners-up. And no prizes for guessing, because end में यही teams लड़ रही थी उस trophy के लिए. Unfortunately, there has to be a runners-up, and that is Somraj's Team Entity. Team Entity, who are in the fight till the very end. But unfortunately, कुछ points से वो चूके. Thank you, Ekansh. Team Entity, please take the winner's check, being the first runners-up. Som, come on, give us a smile now, man. They walk away with 15 lakh rupees. And now, for the moment everyone's been waiting for, because हमारी जो soul होती है, it knows what it takes to succeed. बस अपने ज़हन को calm, शांत रखना पड़ता है. And we know what they have done. And for this, I'd like to call on the main man, Gautam Vark, from Nordwind Gaming, to come and present the trophy for the Android BGMS Season 3, powered by Garnier Men. Yes, sir. We needed a big man to lift this big trophy. And without any further ado, इस ट्रॉफी की गूंज दूर तक जाएगी और इस रात की सुबह जल्दी नहीं होगी. The one and only iQOO Seoul, the champions of Season 3. This is the moment. Ronnie wanted to get his hands on it. Here comes Mayavi. Right, guys, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? There you go! They played like a team. A lot of changes, but in the end, it is success that iQOO Seoul have tasted. IGL चेंज हुए. शुरुआत में परफॉर्मेंस शायद उस लिहाज की नहीं थी, but then iQOO Seoul, they delivered when it was needed the most. Samay, Joker, Ronnie, Bukar, of course, Manya, the IGL, who made a late entry into this tournament, but boy, did he change things around. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this season. We will see you next season for BGMS Season 4. Until then, it's good night.